Yo, what's up, Sarah? How you doing? Welcome to this beautiful sunny Sunday. We're sitting inside. Smart, real smart. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm good. A little bit tired. Didn't sleep so well, but I'm good. I'm good. I'm yeah, I'm feeling all right. Excited about some painting, some paintovers. So should be uh should be all jazzy Jeff. I don't know that it's going to be particularly like busy on stream today because I actually forgot to like advertise it in any way. uh, so it could just be me and you. Yeah, I was out all day in the sun yesterday. It was nice. Went for a nice walk with Daisy. Went to went to Broadway Market, got some food, and walked through Victoria Park. And then some friends of mine were hosting a supper club last night. Uh, so we went along to that, and the food was mwah. So yeah, it was really fun, really good. Yo, Patrick, what's up? All right. Well, without further ado, let's jump in. No one wants to look at my face. So, starting off as usual with an old painting that slaps. You might not have seen this one. 10 points if you guess who the artist is. I'll give you a guess. I'll give you one guess each. Um, yeah, 10 points redeemable at any supermarket. So let's go over to Photoshop. Can anyone guess who this painting is by? But also, this is an old painting that absolutely slaps. Okay. Um, Also, if you can guess what medium it's in as well, another 10 points. Um, I think given the fact that the medium also makes this absolutely insane as well. Patrick Ziggart, you're on it, mate. He knows. Yes, this is Anders Zorn. Um, and yeah, can either of you guess what medium this is painted in? Patrick probably knows, seeing as he knows it's Anders Zorn. Yes, it is watercolor. Um, and if you know anything about watercolor and basically how much control and understanding of the medium you need to do something like this, it just makes this even more insane. Like the lighting is perfect, and the execution of the water is just flawless. Like it is actually insane. Um, yeah, the values, lighting, like the forms, the restraint used as well in the values is, yeah, a masterpiece, honestly. And I know he's kind of probably a bit more known for his oil paintings, but I think this is by far like the best painting of his. Um, the first time I saw this, I thought it was a photograph taken at the time. You know, it was that kind of uh, flooring, and yeah. Then I was like, wait, it's a painting. Like it's really insane. Um, yeah, masterful use of watercolor. Uh, these reflections here specifically, are just incredible. Really, really well understood. Yeah, like you said, Patrick, it is a proper masterpiece. Um, yeah, watercolor really is. I know watercolor sometimes gets this like rap of being like easy. I think people get given watercolor because it's like, oh, you only need water to go, like water and paper, so it seems accessible, but it's actually unreal hard. Like, it's actually really, really insanely difficult. Um, so, yeah, I think oils is the easiest of the mediums, um, and just because of how forgiving it is, like you get the opportunity to change things, days, even weeks afterwards, and you can just scrape off and add more. Like, it's not really ever permanent in that sense. It's really forgiving once you get to use the medium. Watercolor, though, it's like it's one and done. Like, you don't get much chance to mess around with it. So yeah, really, really insane. Yes, he is known for the Zorn palette. If you've ever done any kind of oil painting, you will more than likely come across some articles and videos about the Zorn palette. It's basically black, white, and you can use a red and a yellow. You can change what kind of red and yellow you want to use, but I think when I was doing it, it's like ivory black, lead white, yellow ochre, and then something like cad red. And you can do quite a lot with that. It mixes basically skin tones, but you can also do stuff where if you mix kind of warm colors, the blue kind of the gray that you can make kind of functions as a slight blue. It's really good for learning, especially if you come off of like just using black and white, painting in grisaille, and then you can add a yellow and a red, and you can get quite a bit going on. Yo, what's up, Yukino? What's going on? Yeah, hang on. I've got an oil painting here, one of mine. I'll show you. This is using the Zorn palette. This was back when I had a different studio, and I was basically doing like a still life, but of my legs and the stuff that was around me in the studio. I've got it here. I'll show you. It's not finished. So I don't know if you can't see the reflection on it, but this is like a heater, and I'm standing on the floor with one sock on. And this is like a little cardboard box in the corner. And basically there's other stuff around me on the floor, and I was just standing in front of a mirror. And then this was next to the mirror. So I was basically just like copying across what was on the mirror. But you can't overly see it too well on this camera. I'll hold it a bit closer so you can see some of the details. All the stuff on the heater is like painted quite thickly, kind of here. Yeah, there's like less detail than you presume. I'll see if I can get it closer to the camera. You can see some of the details. Ta-da! Yeah. Anyway, I've got quite a lot of these laying around. I've got like an absolute stack of paintings at home that need to make its way over here. Skirt. So there we go. So yeah, that here we go. This is the old painting that's lapsing. And a Zorn in watercolor, going absolutely beast mode. Yeah, true legend. Okay, I'm just putting some slightly less bumpy music. All right, so let's get into paintovers. I've got 4 here from the gang. Yeah, looking forward to getting into them. I'll do them in the order that they came in at. Yeah, we'll take a look. We'll try to see if we can. Actually, Yona, are you here? Because maybe I'll start with someone that's actually here. If he was intending to come along. All right. Yeah, we'll start elsewhere because maybe he was going to turn up. All right then. So let's take a look at this one for Sarah. So I think when we compare this to the previous one that you'd sent, which is a little while back now, last critique stream, I think. Yeah, like massive improvement on the previous one. The pose is much stronger. The facial expression and kind of acting of the character is much more on point with the personality and narrative that you were trying to give off. And the material definition is especially much better. Like, I think before it was quite sort of a bit sort of mushy, and we the material definition wasn't quite there, which was giving us like, it was just hard to tell, I guess, like what the meta was and what it was reflecting. And now I think it's it very much readable and in a better state, definitely. Yeah, massive improvement overall. The studies seem to have really paid off. Yeah, I think the reflections are gorgeous. You picked a really hard material to do in a stylized way, but I think you've pulled it off pretty successfully, to be honest. This arm, really, really nice. I think for the most part, it all makes a lot of sense. So addressing like some of the stuff that you had said about it, that you were, let's hang on, let me bring it up before I paraphrase something that's not true. You're debating at taking another look at the lighting and adding a harsher cast shadow over him, also struggling with separating the shield from the armor with values. Any thoughts and advice would be super appreciated. Creating a more interesting desert setting. The final, yeah. Yeah, cool. All right then. So, yeah, in terms of separating the shield out from the character, like, to be honest, you're not necessarily going to be able to do that, but I don't think it's ultimately necessary to do that. Like, I'm aware, looking at this, that it is a shield, and the shield is the same materials as the guy, and I think that's fine. Like, I honestly don't really see too much of an issue here. You're not going to be able to separate them out in value because they're the same material. They're basically at the same depth from each other, right? The only thing you could potentially do is kind of drop off a little bit of detail on the sort of shadow side, on this side, and therefore it sort of becomes a bit more slightly silhouetted. But like I said, to be honest, it's not it's not ultimately something that I think is much of a problem on here. They're not anything that you did to separate these out. You know, if you dropped a bit of a lighter value behind or anything like that, you're going to kind of mess with the value scale of what's going on, in a way that's going to look artificial and kind of not nice in its own right. Like, just as an example, if I was going to do something like that. So I just dropped a lighten layer behind it, and then I'm going to put a multiply layer, invert the selection, and just like drop this side a little bit down. Like you could do something like this, right? I don't ultimately feel like it does anything much better. Maybe it increases readability slightly, but like I said, if he was really far away from the camera or something, it'd be difficult, right, to maybe decipher this interaction. But we see the whole thing and we're like, oh, it's a shield. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't overthink that too much, to be honest. I guess there is a nice like cohesion within the arm to a certain extent as to like where the light is. Okay. But I start to maybe get the impression that in some places it feels a bit like individually lit. And I think to some degree this happens when we sort of separate everything out into its own separate forms to kind of render them and light them, that we sort of individually render all the forms, and this then sometimes has the impression that they're actually, every form has their own light source, and they're not like necessarily falling cohesively together under one light. Yeah, exactly. And you need to separate the pieces out to get nice clean edges and all of that. But you also got to be aware that they should follow the logic of one, in this case the sun, one light source coming from one direction. And I would say at this point, using the silhouette of this guy, you maybe want to start grading the overall large forms a little bit together so that they read as the light all coming from completely one direction. Because like something like this purple area here, it feels like it just has its own light source, because in essence there should be some kind of shadow being cast by the shield over here, and this plane is actually facing us and not the sun, and therefore it needs to drop into shadow a bit more. And I think that's maybe what he's suffering from in general, which is maybe why you're thinking about that the lighting needs a little bit of working out. So let me just isolate his silhouette roughly. Actually, can I do this? I'll do this a smarter way. Give me that levels. Yeah, just banged the levels up there to give me a contrast to grab him a bit better. So, yeah, I've seen this in a couple of other pieces that are submitted as well about kind of a, a slight over focus on individual pieces, and it just needs kind of slightly readjusting to take the larger forms into account. It's not so much like overpainting as it's just like grading it. Oh, fuck you. Damn selection. Bastard. Just quickly do this. Obviously you've got layers for this, so you don't have to be as jank as this. I think when it... we'll talk about the background in a sec. But yeah, I'm glad you did some studies to like figure out the materials and stuff. It definitely pays off. And I feel like the best time to do studies is when you're like making a piece, you know, and you come across a difficulty in something that you don't understand. Then you do a study that's directly related to that, and then you can jump back into your piece and you just have like, you know, specifically targeted something that you didn't understand. And it just works out so well. You instantly have a solution to something, and it's like relevant at the time. It sticks in your mind way better, I think, like that as well. Sometimes like you can just do studies, right? But you're just doing them, and you don't have a purpose for them immediately, and they kind of like lose a little bit of little bit of meaning, or you forget what you learned from it. But if you do it specifically to, you know, target something as you're doing it, it kind of, it's almost like one and done. You will probably not forget how to do this, you know. Yeah, don't worry about the PSD. Honestly, you'd think it'd be quicker using someone's PSD, but sometimes it just comes with its own problems. So I've got a multiply layer here, and what I'm just kind of quickly doing is I'm just going to drop in a little bit of shadow and some fall off, and then we can sort of erase some of this back out. overall. But, generally what I would be looking to do with something like this is have a fall off of detail a little bit, going down and away from the head. Just turn this saturation right up for a second. Saturation down and away from the head. And you just got to remember like where the light's coming from overall. So like it's coming in kind of upper right, shining in based on the shadow on the floor and the light under here. We'll talk about the background as well. But so this being said, if I drop this into shadow a bit more, I really should be looking at these top planes of the chest and head. They're facing the light more. This side of the shield, though, isn't facing up towards the sun. It's facing more towards us. So this overall be a little less lit. All these planes down here, they're not facing towards the sun at all. Like this isn't facing towards the sun. There are like parts of this maybe. This isn't though. This stuff is reflecting the floor, but you've got like the light side of the floor here, but it's not going to see the light side of the floor. It's going to see this, the darker side. If we're facing like into a sort of arch or a cave here, it's not seeing sky here, for example. Yeah, none of this is seeing sky. This would be looking at the ground, right? Which you've got. But like here is looking like into this. And this top plane is probably only going to see like the back of the shield or something. So the values here need to be a lot darker. Maybe this front foot gets a little bit of light. Maybe this on the side. But it tends to be a little bit more restrained on the shadow side. So, and that this, for example, ultimately wouldn't have this kind of like front light on it. So this would all be very restrained value-wise. Thought such a shiny material wouldn't get this dark in general. Well, the thing is, shiny doesn't mean light, okay? Shiny is reflective. And if it's reflecting the inside of a cave... Hey, yo, Dan. Sorry, I didn't see you on YouTube there. What's up? If it's reflecting the inside of the cave, then the reflection is dark, right? This stuff functions like a mirror. If you hold up a mirror in a dark room, it's dark. It just reflects dark room. So shiny doesn't mean light. Shiny means reflective, and it reflects what's around it. The other thing with reflections is that the values of the reflections won't be as bright as what they're reflecting. So, for example, the blues in here and the sun and everything should knock the value down one from what it's reflecting, unless it's perfect like a mirror, but even then, it's reflected light, so some light has been lost to refraction, and bouncing off the surface, because even though a mirror is like smooth, right, it's not ultimately perfect, so the surface is refracting light off in different directions. That's why you get like bloom and all of that kind of stuff. So the reflections go like slightly down in value. And yeah, we just have a bit of a sense of like, okay, these things be reflecting the inside of the cave or archway or whatever this is. So I'm just doing the back of the shield here. I'm assuming this is like clouds or something, which is fine. But really, it would be something like this reflection would be a lot darker of the sword as well. Let's get a bit of that redness in there. Yeah, the sphere idea can be a good way of sort of thinking about the orientation of it, but I often see people they do a sphere and then they either copy it exactly onto every material, and then you get the problem that I've already described, which is that everything is lit individually and not necessarily from one place. Like the reflections are, I think, on a lot of these materials are actually reflecting, like every single one of them is reflecting the sky. Let's put it that way. Which only happens really if you do that. If you think about a sphere and you're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I'll like this sphere, I'll like this like the sphere, I'll like this like the sphere. The sphere is the whole thing, right? So let's do it. I'll show you what I mean. Sphere time. Yeah, I'll show you what the mistake is so that you understand it, because I see this a lot with this whole spheres thing. As I think it's just misunderstanding what the sphere is actually representing. Okay, so let's just quickly get a zinger on there. Get a little zinger on there. Okay, a few little scratches and whatnot, maybe. Yeah, a little bit of that. It's sphere time. Oh, that's zinger. Yeah, dude. We got zingers, Dan. Okay. Okay. We've got a sphere. What this sphere often gets used as is a reference for each individual part. So it's like, oh, my light's coming in from here. My form turns like this. Therefore, this form is the sphere. This form is the sphere. This form is the sphere, etc., etc., etc. This form is the sphere. Yeah, this one. And we render each one of these surfaces like this. This isn't what the sphere represents. If you do this, this is why things end up looking flat, and this is why things end up looking diffused, and this is why things end up looking like there isn't a global light source that is hitting all of these forms. Right? This sphere, I've got to get rid of all my red lines here. Wrong layer. This sphere represents the entire form. The entire form of his armor under this lighting condition. So it doesn't represent each individual form. It is him in his entirety. Okay? So this portion of the form here that is facing the light represents like these portions of these forms that actually face the light. This represents the majority of the forms below this point. So all of these areas that are facing towards us and down to the floor is pretty much everything below this line. Okay? This part here, for example, none of this in this particular illustration from our viewpoint is going to reflect the sky. Okay? It is all of these forms are like this is facing towards us, this is facing slightly away towards the arm, this is basically behind the arm. If there is anything that sees the sky, it's like the very tiny top edge of this. But otherwise, the rest of this isn't facing that at all. So you need to think of the sphere as the entirety of the forms of that material. It isn't each individual form along that area. Because if you do that, that's, like I said, this is why we end up with stuff where it's like, this here doesn't see the sky. If you think about where that's facing, that is facing us, right? This top edge looks up this way, right? This top edge looks up this way. But as it turns, like from to about here, this is facing us, and then all of these are facing down and around. There's no sky present in any of this. This form also rolls under like this. So none of these bits see the sky either. I've got to stop drawing on this layer. I keep messing it up. If you make a separate sphere for the armor on the chest and the armor on the legs, for example, because they have different lighting, then it'd be okay. Yep, this is the exact mistake I made in my study. Did this painting on a photo to test and did exactly that misunderstanding. Yes, because it's rotated to the left and the sphere sees the sky only on the right side. I didn't mean to copy the sphere completely to each individual object, but if you have a sphere to look at, then you can see which part faces the sky. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just, I think I should point out how the sphere gets misunderstood. And why certain things end up, I guess, being incorrect, but seemingly hard to fix because you're like, wait, I followed, I followed what I'm looking at, but it's just making sure you understand that what you're looking at in the first place is correct and understood. So in this case, the sphere represents him as a whole, And yeah, I don't mean to like paint all over this, but I'm just if I can sort of do this quickly, you might see where I'm coming from. And this is why I think that when you posted this, you're saying like, oh, I think I need to re-look at the lighting and introduce more of a cast shadow on him. You're diagnosing the right issue, is that you're not seeing the consistency of the lighting across his form, but it isn't that he doesn't have a strong cast shadow on him. It's that the forms themselves are reflecting the wrong things, and therefore the lighting is inconsistent because now each form is individually lit and not globally lit from the light source. Quick face rub to activate brain. Also, Loki, Alex hates spheres. Add it to the list. Yeah, I do hate spheres. Now, I've just seen it before, but people are... It's not their fault. They just misunderstand it, and that's fine. I didn't know. The absolute depression of using... What? Like, don't have him face into a cave. I'm just saying, if the cave is here, right, as it is in the illustration, it is going to be more like this. If you want it to be the blue again, like, get rid of the cave, keep the horizon line low. Or, do you know what? It's your illustration, right? He could be looking like, this could just be an arch, okay? It could just be like this. An arch like that. He's standing here. There's sky in front of him. All the way around him, it's just an arch. So you have the arch here, and then, you know, the rest of your horizon out here. You don't have to lose the blue, but I'm just basing this off of what the illustration currently presents, right? Which is seemingly a cave. Like, if you want more blue, just make the environment such that that's what it's going to reflect, you know, which is fine. Like, do that. I guess the critique here more is about orientation in general, and just understanding that orientation. Because but do you see what I mean with this now? If I was to just pull this in a folder, this more represents the lighting conditions in this image being consistent with where the light's coming from and what those surfaces should see from here. And that's where it starts to feel like more consistent, and that essentially what you noticed, right? You were looking at this, you were like, I think I need a stronger cast shadow in here because he seems like too light, given that I have this kind of cave or archway in front of him. And it's more to do with the reflections and getting those correct. Yo, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And therefore, we have something like this. It does bring in, quote unquote, the stronger cast shadow. Because, yeah, now it's reflecting the inside of the cave, okay, which is darker in value. And therefore, it comes across as like, oh, it's a cast shadow. But as we know with very reflective surfaces, the form doesn't have a shadow, right? As it would if it was a matte surface, because it's reflecting light off of it. So it's just reflecting what's around it, and it happens to be darker in this case. So yeah, I mean that's that really. I think altogether though, it is a massive improvement on where it was. The studies, like I said, have really, really paid off. Like, as I was super impressed with how this looks compared to the last guy. Everything from the pose, the facial expression, everything is so much better overall. So, yeah, I think it is a massive improvement. And yeah, I hope that explanation makes sense. Here, it's not a dig at it. I know you like the blue and so on, and there's still room for blue in there as well. A little thing about the background that I would say, be careful not to, in an effort to guide the eye around the illustration, to trivialize reality to the point that it starts to serve a different purpose. What I mean is, you've got this compositional line. Let's do this in yellow, which is really nice, kind of like a frame within a frame, right? And it serves to sort of, send the eye back into our hero, right? But what's also happening here is that the cloud is kind of perfectly following this same line. And what this kind of does is it contrives the shapes in the background in such a way that now it feels a bit strange, like the cloud is actually like avoiding the rock. And what I would try and do in something like this is to imply that even if you do have a cloud that comes across like this, have it overlap behind the rock here, at least in this top edge, it's like this. And you could do other clouds that sort of follow this, right? But by leaving this gap and just having the clouds do this around, it starts to feel a little bit too fake and a bit too strange. And therefore, it starts to feel a bit weird, and it introduces like a strange tangent. Okay, so make sure that there is some overlap with these things, even if they are going to follow a certain rhythm, which is totally a good thing to be doing. Like, you want to design your environments to help with the read and the storytelling, but there is a line at which it becomes like completely dependent, or it's doing that completely, and there it comes across like a bit strange in that sense. Yeah, I think another little thing about this kind of environment design as well, which serves to this sort of end, is that we've got these two kind of very symmetrical forms that are on inclined planes, okay, that seem to perfectly meet behind him, and they share the same height. And this is what I mean is like, we can have elements in the composition that work in this way, but it's kind of been done to the point where it is kind of so contrived that it perfectly like makes patterns and do you see what I mean? It's kind of like, it's like over designed in a way that then feels uncanny again. We've got this kind of implied inclined plane that perfectly meets behind him, and then the rock on either side is like the same distance from these two edges, the same height, and basically the same design, and they also kind of point inwards. And then that perfectly matches up with this cloud that comes out the top, which avoids touching this edge and avoids kind of overlapping him in any meaningful way. And then that repeats again. See what I mean? It's just like it's we have reality, okay? We have reality where these things don't necessarily match up at all, right? It's just clouds are being random, the rock's there, there's overlap, there's no kind of sense of framing with that. And then on the other end, we have something that is so over-designed that it then seems kind of overtly whimsical or like contrived in its own way and draws attention for that reason. The sweet spot is somewhere in the middle where you are taking things from reality and you are sort of slightly adjusting the flow and implied nature of them such that you can then draw the eye to where it needs to go, but without overly forcing it. And I think that's maybe just a little bit of what's going on here. And it's perfectly fixable. And you're thinking about the right things. It's just I think maybe overthinking it. Yeah. Because it needs to slightly work, for that to happen. And yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess I'm particularly sensitive to this stuff because it's something I'm always kind of thinking about. And it's good that you're thinking about it. Like I said, it maybe just goes a bit too far in that direction. So also things with the background here, I'd think about potentially you simplify the shapes a little more so that they are stronger in their direction. I think when we have a surface like this that kind of meanders, it loses its purpose as kind of a frame or a kind of a block to us leaving the illustration. So it could be a little simpler in that sense. And it would still serve its purpose, but it doesn't overly distract or meander. Like there's room for a little bit of that along it, but I would tend to err on the simpler side for something like this, and have something like the clouds here definitely overlap with our scene, and that way they don't feel like they're avoiding each other. That's one thing with tangents, especially, and have these clouds like overlap each other as well. Like clouds are at different heights in the sky. It'd be fine to have a cloud, a smaller cloud, for example, overlap like a much larger, higher up cloud in the background. That's the sort of natural element that I'm talking about. And then, you could start to curve a little bit of this into to frame our guy a little bit more. But yeah, when it comes to like design elements and overlapping, I tend to think you either know them well enough that you touch, or you stay away, right? You never just kiss. All right? And this is just tangents. This is just tangents, right? What I mean is, don't just butt things up against each other like almost, so that they're just kissing. Either they know each other well enough that they're overlapping completely, or they don't know each other that well and they're apart enough that we don't have the tangent. But if they're just kissing, or if they're just overlapping, or they're just apart, then we have kind of readability issues, and things not working out. Horrible analogy. But it's all you get on a Sunday. All right, Jonah, what's up? I started with Sarah because you weren't here and I thought you were coming. So perfect timing. We're about to move on. So let me quickly just save this out. And yeah, I hope that is helpful for you. Viewer paintovers, let's go. Sarah paint over, what's this, 2? Saved. Yeah. Hey, listen, you're welcome, and also it is a really great improvement. I don't want you to take any of that as like that you haven't improved, because it is a really nice improvement. And like I said, if you keep doing studies as you're doing a piece like that, you can bring it on leaps and bounds. So it's been a good experiment, I guess, in doing that, and just keep going with it. You've managed to improve it that much already with a few studies. Do a few more and you'll improve it again, and so on. And at some point you got to be like, okay, I'm done with this one. It's finished. It is where it is. But next time you go into one, already kind of when you run into those issues, what to do. You find the study, you figure it out, you specifically target that issue you're having, and then, carry on. If you keep doing this on every piece that you make, you'll get into such a good system with it that you'll be getting quicker and quicker and quicker. But also, because you have specifically like targeted a problem each time, you will learn much quicker. If you were to paint that armor on a different character from scratch again, what you'd learn by doing the studies and going through that pace a few times, you won't forget, and you'll be able to pull most of it out of your head to a certain degree. And it just keeps going like that, to the point where, a lot of these things are just filed away in your mind, and you do them. It gets to a point where I don't have a big folder of reference open that I need to look at every single time I paint something. It's like, no, I remember painting it last time, and I remember the studies that I did. And so I can sort of 90% it out of my head. And then sometimes I'll look at ref for that last 10% to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I missed this, or that's cool, and etc. So yeah, really, really well done. All right, Jonah, let's look at this, mate. I'm just gonna make a quick coffee, and then we're gonna jump into this. But I'll let everyone look at this for a sec. All right, kettle's on. So let's have a look at this. So you said that you'd been learning some Blender. Excellent. I support that. Me too. And yeah, I think in essence we have like the setup for a nice illustration here. I gotta say, I looked at it without reading anything that you'd written first of all, because I wanted to see like, can I guess what I'm meant to take away from this? And you know, what I was kind of understood from just looking at it was like, oh, okay, there is the interaction here, which is being like highlighted with a nice contrast, is that there's some kind of upset going on. And in my mind, I thought that this was like a breakup, right? And the things that led me to understand this about the illustration from this point of view, without reading what you'd said, is like I'm led here by the contrast. Very bright, very dark, okay? Repetition of shape, little pop of color. I'm almost instantly looking here in the illustration, right? So narratively, brilliant. My eye goes exactly to the thing I should be looking at in the illustration first, which adds the... hang on, I'll talk about this in a sec. So I was led here, and then because of this, I start to ask questions, right? Whenever someone looks at an illustration, the first thing that they end up looking at and pausing at, because of composition and contrast and so on, that is a place where they're going to start asking questions, okay? You've been led here. I'm looking at this because, you know, I've been led there. And then I'm like, what's going on? And I start to ask questions. And because I look at this and I see body language, I see someone that's upset. I see this person with their hand on the shoulder, but facing the other direction. I see the flowers. I see the falling petals. I start to be like, there's an upset here. There's some kind of emotional component to this interaction. And in my estimation, I was like, this looks like a breakup. This person seems like they have the hand on the shoulder. It's caring in a way, but also they're not looking at them or facing the same way. So to me, in my mind, this is like, this emotion is separate from this emotion. He faces us. He looks down. He faces away from us and looks here. So in my estimation, this guy broke up with this guy, right? That's what I was deducing from this. The falling leaves is kind of a nice narrative element too. Off the petals, it's like the flowers wilting, as is the romance, right? And they're facing away from us, so I can see his face, which is much more of an emotional connection. So I'm meant to connect with this person and not so much with this person, okay? They're not looking at me. They are looking my direction. So this is context clues that I was working out, right? The other thing, what I like about this is it's a bright scene. So I get a kind of like nice sunny day. I could imagine the heat of this situation, but this is happening in the shade. So the weather the scene matches the emotions. This is happening in the shadow. This is happening in the dark. This is a scene with a lot of contrast and therefore a lot of emotion. And this is much more brighter, serene, calm, colorful, etc. Okay, so I think in that sense, at least from how I inferred the narrative, is that, you know, this is a breakup happening, and I think it's very successful for that. Except that isn't what's going on. What I was meant to infer is that in here is a pet cemetery, and that this person's cat had died. Is what you'd presented as the narrative. Now, when I read that, I had a bit of a chuckle because I was like, "Wow, all right, you set up such a good narrative." And then it is actually not the narrative at all. There are similar emotions involved, and the same kind of things apply within the composition, but the actual payoff is not what it was intended to be. And you had written that this kind of patterning in here was meant to imply the pet cemetery. I sort of read this as like as like children's bedroom wallpaper. And once I had kind of was looking at this and I'd inferred the breakup, and then I was looking at the rest of the scene, I was like, what I don't understand this. Like, it seems so out of place to me. And then I read that you'd said it was a pet cemetery, and I was like, okay, it slightly makes sense, but it also, I don't think I would ever have got that from this. And so, in a way, it's kind of, I feel like it's a very successful narrative piece, but it's actually telling a different story. And I think there are some changes if we were going with the pet cemetery kind of dead cat angle that I would definitely make to this design-wise to try and bring that in, because I ultimately didn't get the correct narrative from this. And instead I was just confused by the one kind of element in here that maybe infers that there is some kind of involvement with animals. Does that make sense? Right, let me just grab my coffee 1 sec. Maybe I should make it a breakup. To be very honest, I mainly just wanted to make some environment piece to practice Blender. The narrative was a bit of an afterthought. Yeah, I understand that. Totally. I'm just, at face value, I was like, oh, this is great. Like, narrative, excellent, right? But it was just the wrong narrative. But like I said, like you said, you did this to practice Blender. Totally fine. You did put a narrative in there. I think it is a great narrative. The way it's set up is perfect. I just think that the story you're trying to tell would need further work to even consider making this pet cemetery narrative understood, you know? Nancy Dearest. Art, welcome. Yeah, we're doing viewers' critiques and paintovers today, so this is Jonah's. We had previously just looked at oh no, I closed it already, but we looked at Sarah's before. But welcome. Welcome. If you want to know more, there's plenty of links on the Twitch page, my art station, the YouTube where all the previous streams are saved, all that kind of stuff. Is it Maze Javelin? Thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome. How about a nice subtle sign that says dead pets inside, written in lovely red like a zombie apocalypse? Yeah, exactly. Okay. So anyway, Jonah, let's talk. Let's talk. One thing I also want to mention here. Okay, so we're on a very very large lens size here, right? This is probably like 50 mil or higher lens. I can tell by just like the flatness of the perspective, right? The lens is a very very flat lens, big lens, right? So this being the case, I'm just sort of inferring where the horizon line is from this. Is down here somewhere, right? This means that these guys back here are actually just tiny people. If this is the height of a person where this guy is, and I follow the perspective, a person standing here should be this big. Okay? So if I was to take a line that goes, back to our similar vanishing point back here, a person like back here should be this big, right? Do you see what I mean? So the scale of this has got a little bit awry. Over here. And this, let's do this on the 3D, okay? I think what's contributed to this happening is that I think that these trees that you've put here, correct me if I'm wrong, but these trees aren't all the same height. So I think you made a big tree, like a medium tree and a small tree. Is that correct? They're not actually all the same height trees. And therefore you've got they're all the exact same ones. I'm just trying to work out how though is the only thing. Just based off of the perspective of the architecture, I like this, right? So your vanishing point is here. Okay, like this. So I'm just reverse engineering this just to try and figure it out, okay? But this stuff appears to be vanishing down here somewhere, right? All these lines, they're converging around here. Totally fine. But if I then take, this second vanishing point going this way, okay, and I take his height going towards that same place, right, ever so slightly down, like this, and then I extrapolate this going back to the same point, I'm not really sure how I get a person this big down here. You see what I mean? And yeah, I'm just trying to figure that out. And if these trees are all the same height and in a row, but this is what I mean, Patrick. Based on the perspective, They can't be this big. So I'm not really sure. Like the people you've painted in, I think you've just painted them in at an incorrect scale. But if you say that all of these trees are actually the exact same model, and that they are lined up on the same plane, I also don't understand how this size difference is working out. Actually, can you send me the model? I'm just ultra curious. I need to figure this out. If you don't mind. If you do mind, then there was. Yeah, I posted more screenshots in Blender and Discord. Should I send the Blend file to you? No, hang on. Maybe the screenshots are enough. Yeah, you do even have a guy back there. Okay, I understand with the trees now because they're not actually in a line, which makes sense. So, yeah, I guess you just have. I guess you just have it on like an ultra wide lens. How big is your lens? What millimeter is the lens? Yeah, it's 50 millimeters. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think it's just you have such a wide lens that everything gets really flattened out the wider the lens is. You can have a wide enough lens that essentially perspective kind of disappears. If you've ever seen a tilt shift lens, let me bring up a picture of a tilt shift lens for you. It makes everything look like toys. Almost completely undoes perspective. It makes everything look like a miniature. Here's a tilt shift photography. Does very strange things. See how this it just looks like toys. Everything looks like miniature. For example. So yeah, when you have a really flat lens, things start to stack up on each other in a kind of a weird way. And I think, yeah, the fact that the arch and the stairs and then also the trees, they're not on the same plane. This is also contributing to it. Okay, fair enough. We figured it out. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense actually. Yeah, okay. I'm aligning things that aren't aligned. That's why. Okay, we figured it out. So, in which case, we have scale that we need to figure out on here as well. And I think maybe this contributes to I immediately look at this and I'm like, wait, that doesn't work out. Because I guess the implication to me is that this thing isn't actually too far away from these people, and it isn't too big, I guess. Yeah, I didn't play around with the focal length because I was too focused on matching Blender with the thumbnail. I don't think this needs to be on a different focal length. It's just like to imply the scale that needs to be implied. Like this arch is humongous, right? Except it doesn't feel that way in the image. There isn't enough kind of context clues to show this, and the way that the material is applied to it is such that it doesn't feel large. You know, it's very crisp, it's very clean, very like flat, and there isn't any kind of texture or like context that makes us see, oh, okay, it's actually much bigger than it is. And I think the lack of texture in the picture contributes to this. If you had, a bit more visible sort of stony texture in these arches and so on, it would then make sense that this texture becomes much less visible. And we're like, oh, okay, if they're made of the same stone, this stuff's really far away. See what I mean? I guess it's just like a little bit too devoid of anything, and a bit too smooth right now, which contributes to this. If you think about, this size, to just have this like big, plain, flat, like kind of almost like marble or alabaster kind of surface, it's a pretty monumental perimetry. And I think for architecture of this scale, these kind of overhangs and so on, compared to the scale of everything, this kind of stuff I would expect to be much larger and deeper. Pixelonic, thank you for the follow. I'd expect this kind of stuff to be a lot deeper and bigger in scale, and there maybe even to be like much more kind of stuff going on, maybe several little inlets and arches and other stuff like this on here, not going all the way through, but these kind of alcoves, circular alcoves, that kind of a thing. I think it just needs something to help represent the scale of it, and looking at reference for this kind of stuff, and the texturing and all that kind of thing, definitely be helpful here. I think it just feels a little bit plain, and therefore it doesn't seem as like it should be as big as it does. If you've ever been to Rome and you see like the scale of buildings in Rome, like is kind of nuts. Like you see something in a photo and you're like, oh, okay. But you go and see it in Rome, you turn the corner, and some of these buildings are like, it's like they're built on a different scale, like for giants. They're absolutely massive, and like they have these huge kind of elements to them, where everything is kind of oversized and massive and so on, that the scale of it comes across immediately, And I think this, because its lack of scale, it just doesn't feel that big, and it just needs more like architectural kind of detail to it, really. And I think that just comes from looking at reference and trying to understand that stuff a little bit more in there, and sort of thinking about this kind of area in the top here is hitting on the right kind of idea. There's just more going on. Arc de Triomphe might be good ref too. It's not quite as large, but close. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. And so that's with the background there, I think. Can we add a little bit more to help, or just to play with this a little bit? I think we can maybe even highlight our characters a little bit more with a bit more interest. No, honestly, Jonah, I think your idea with the focal point has got a lot going for it already, that you would just be adding detail to the environment and not overly distracting from this. You, like I said, I was going to suggest here, you could even play this up a little bit more. You know, let's say the touch. You could have dappled light a little bit more that sort of points up and into our characters. You know, a little bit more to even pull a bit more attention to them. Like this, essentially putting an arrow into our characters. You maybe even highlight the interaction of the touch on the shoulder with a bit of dappled light, so that we're like, oh, okay, we see the moment a bit more. And there's, you know, nice dappled light on here. It adds a bit of noise to this area, which is great for drawing the eye. So on. It gives you a nice chance to get some like saturation in here, because you'd always get nice saturation on this white stone in this kind of light. You know, something like this. If you wanted a bit more interest. But yeah, if you were still going to go with the Pet Cemetery angle, right, I still think it would be quite hard to get across, but you could introduce a bit more of this like set decoration that introduces the sort of animal motif a bit more. And then this might, you know, enough of this stuff makes you ask questions, right? And that's how you start figuring out answers in the piece. If you can cause your viewer to ask questions, and they're asking questions at places in the illustration that you've drawn them to, they're more likely to figure out the narrative. So you have things like, I don't know, I'm just freestyling this stuff here. Got these kind of playful cat statues here. On the tops, and like, yeah, I'd maybe go for something like, I don't know, I'd probably err on the side of like carved rather than this kind of pictogram in here, and so on. But you could start to introduce all of this kind of idea into these if you were going to continue on with that idea. And so on. But yeah, I think it just needs a bit more to help with that. I think the people in the alcoves, you know, make this animals again, you know, in some way. And I think you could start to get that kind of thing across a little bit more. I don't think it overly distracts. It just is adding to the story. Like, we might be at the point where we're like, okay, we see that this is an interaction, right? We see this is kind of a sad moment. Someone is being consoled, etc. We still get drawn in here, but then as we're looking around, we're getting all these animal cues, not just this, but statues elsewhere. You know, maybe there's carvings and stuff all in here. There's you know, subtle kind of relief and things, we start to see all these animal things around, and we're like, why are we seeing all of that? It gets the viewer to ask questions, and because they're asking questions about the content, like, okay, there's lots of animals everywhere. Why is that? And then what's this person upset about? They might start putting those cues together, and you're giving them all the options for that, like in here. You know what I mean? It's just about context. The interaction reads well between these two. The contrast here is really nice. The storytelling is really nice of that. So you just got to give people more clues to figure out what that's about overall. And I think it's the perfect shot for a wide angle, for a telephoto lens like this. I don't think you need to change the lens. There's no reason to introduce like an insane wide angle and see more of the environment. In this case, if you shot this on like a 35mm lens, this interaction would be even further away from us from this distance. It'd be even harder to figure out. I'm putting noise in here because it's just going to represent like stuff that could be in here enough to just visually see where I'm trying to point you. But you know, this could have like big motifs of, you know, carved in animals. You know, if you were really trying to go into the narrative, you could have some representation in here of like, you know, something like a tree of life, or you know, some motif of like, you know, an animal's life cycle or something like that. You know, even just other things like ivy and shit growing up, all this. Just it needs a lot to help the scale be understood. Them just being completely bare is makes it difficult to understand in that sense. And these kind of elements, I think they should just be a little bit more bigger and robust overall. It's nice to have smaller things, but when everything is the same scale in that sense, like all of these details are the same scale, it doesn't necessarily help the read. You got to have some bigger elements and some really small elements to contrast each other, and that's how you get scale. And so on. Let's have a quick look at that. Could also be kind of cool in this way is you have the statue on the left that's in the light. be in kind of like a more active pose, so it's like it's definitely in motion and moving and so on. And then the one on this side is like much more like static, and somber in mood. So you're almost reflecting like this one's in light and is alive, and this one is in the shadow and is more static and maybe dead. Do you see what I mean? You're sort of giving a visual sort of storytelling in here in and of itself. That is, you're using the lighting in the environment, but also the architecture to tell that story a little bit in the same way that you're doing it here. Like this interaction happening in the shadow is perfect, right? Because it contrasts the beautiful light in there, and it adds to the emotions that our characters are feeling, because they're in the shadow, they're feeling darker emotions. The scene is bright around them. There's the contrast. That helps the narrative. Definitely sketch up some more decorated versions of the gate and wall. I have to think if I want to keep the pet narrative. I think the breakup narrative might just be clearer and easier to read. It is. The breakup narrative is much clearer, I think. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't pursue the pet one if that's what you wanted to do in the illustration. By the way, this kind of relief stuff would be super easy to do with a depth map. And you could paint your own depth map for that. But you could paint a depth map and use that to extrude geometry, so you wouldn't need to model that stuff. You could even like find a pattern that you like, and paint a depth map from it. I think there's even some websites where you can just like upload a picture into it and it will make you a depth map. And you can use that to make these relief carvings and so on. It's actually super easy to do. I know how to do it in 3D Coat. I'm sure you can use a depth map to pull geometry in Blender, like 100%. You could do it in Blender. I don't know how to do it in Blender because I haven't modeled in Blender, but in 3D Coat I could make that relief in 10 seconds with the depth map. You could make several pieces and so on. I would do like a full tutorial on doing it at some point, because I figured out something for work this week with depth maps, and it is like insane the geometry that you could make. Yeah, like I did with the pillars, but yeah, I'll have to do like a proper tutorial on it, because it's not something I can just explain really quickly. But yeah, didn't want to change the statues in the archway. Just changing the statue people to hugging their pets would match the theme. There you go. There you go. Yeah, something like that. Or just have some graffiti on here that's like "rip cat." Yeah, just like cat graveyard. Like that. Yeah, even Dow just put signs in there. Definitely. Rip cat, you were best dog. Yeah, exactly. All right. Nice. But yeah, ultimately it's very cool. And yeah, I like that you're getting into some Blender and playing around with that. I think It's such a powerful tool to figure out environments, and stuff like this. I'm looking forward to like doing a lot more in it. I've been learning loads, so I think once I figure out a bit more like texturing things in a better and more meaningful way, yeah, I can share all that kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna save this. Gonna save it. And I'm gonna very quickly go to the bathroom. And then we will continue on with the next one. So the next one, so excited to see the progress with this. Yeah, it's going to be cool. So the next one we have up is another one that has been worked on more since the last critique stream. This one is Jules. Jules isn't here today, but we have some stuff to go forward with. So I'll talk about this one. I'll briefly recap what we did last time, how we got to this point, what the story is, why we changed it the way we did, and then we'll talk about improving it from this point forward. So give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to go to the bathroom, and RB. Thank you for the feedback. You're most welcome. Remember, there is a bathroom cam for everyone. Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right. So let's move into this one from Jewel. I'll quickly recap this for anyone that's new, didn't know what this one was about, or what we did to it, or what Jewel did to it rather. Hello. Fucking Photoshop. Okay, so basically the story is that this lady is a harpy, and they are stealing mangoes with the parrot gang. So what we had done was essentially arrange the narrative in such a way that we sort of see a series of events. Okay, so we come into illustration. We see this lady. She's holding a mango. She's looking at this parrot, also holding a mango. We can see from her design that she also has wings and so on. You see that this parrot does, and we're like, okay, these two are in cahoots. You know, there's parrots everywhere. This looks like she's leading the parrots. We then sort of look down into the background and we see that there is another parrot with a mango. He appears to have taken this mango from tree. Person here in distress, giving it the WTF. And they're stealing my mangoes. Cool, we understand the narrative, right? And this is how we arranged the composition last time, was to make this narrative understood, and sort of sequence the events, because what we're looking at is essentially a sequence. Okay, we are looking at kind of step 1 here, stealing mango off tree, like step 2, parrot with mango, okay, and then step 3. This person was doing this a couple of seconds ago, and we have that sort of sequence going on. Narrative understood. I don't think that is in question anymore as to like that what was happening with this. And we also talked a little bit about the foreshortening and the perspective and so on. And basically, and if you want to watch the stream of this back, if you check out the YouTube link that is pinned, if you check that out and you go back to any of the episodes that say viewer critiques and paintovers in the title, I think it's the last one we did, and you can see the full story of this one and indeed Sarah's piece and some of the other pieces. So you can go back and watch the entire stream on that. So I'm not going to go over that any more than I currently just said. But that being said, I think Jewel here, I'm just going to bring up the notes just so that I have the correct things going on here. But she had said, I was able to work on this piece, but I've been struggling bringing it to a finished state, especially the foliage, mountain, angry guy, and mango bird have been tough on me. Okay. So it sounds a little bit like some of the issues are in the rendering portion of this, where it's like, okay, I know what everything is, the narrative is there, the placement of things is such, but the rendering portion of this and trying to bring it to a close is the issue. And I think I will paint over this a little bit to sort of show maybe how to approach different areas. But I actually think that the solution at this point is to do a few studies on those specific things, and then carry across what you learn from those studies into the piece. So I would highlight this as a study of, some kind of tree canopy kind of photograph that would help figure out like what all of this should look like in the distance and how to simplify all of these areas. It's then probably a separate study on a mango tree and how to simplify the design and the form enough to make it readable. And then a separate study of, the cockatoo in here, so we can figure out, okay, how are we painting feathers and so on. So that's obviously stuff that I'm not going to do here. I'm not going to do the studies and then do this, but that I feel like is going to be the most productive way to figure this stuff out, is to highlight the specific areas you're having trouble with, do a study of those things, get the learning from just isolating it, then coming back to this image with that knowledge and trying to implement that stuff in the same way that Sarah did with the previous image with the meerkat and his armor. Targeting those specific things actually resolved pretty much all of the issues that the illustration had at that point, and moved your understanding of it forward. So I would say that would definitely be the plan of action for me if I was doing this, and the plan of action for me if I'm struggling with anything in an illustration. If I'm struggling and I go around in circles a few times and not painting it, it's because I don't understand what it is I'm trying to achieve, or I don't understand the material, or I don't understand a way to simplify it because I haven't looked at it. So I'll kind of go into some of this rendering, and we'll do a little bit of it. Seems overwhelming at first, but very effective. Yeah, I mean, it is. But it is the quickest way to get to the answer, for sure. I don't think many have solved the issues that they have with rendering by just rendering in circles over and over and over again. So, yeah, I think it's worth me bringing up this as well. So someone, Asta, in our Discord here, had brought up a paint over, which I think has some merit to it, and alleviates a little bit of the readability issues that I think come into this. There are some changes here that I personally wouldn't change, but that's fine. These are very subjective points at this stage, but I think what this does address quite nicely is a little bit of a kind of a readability kind of problem that happens here with the wing at the back being kind of quite hard to understand its form and orientation, and the sort of blending of edges that happens between like this wing and this wing, like this kind of area becomes very abstract in a kind of an unreadable way. So I think the paint over giving this wing a bit of clarity and giving a little bit less importance to this bird in that sense, I think is a valid change to a degree. I would say I don't necessarily mind this bird being here, but I can see the overlap here being part of the confusion. I think in here as well, though, we sort of cover up a little bit too much of the tree, the mango tree in the background, which I think is still important for the narrative. We need to understand that they are stealing them off the trees from the farmer, and we have this interaction, and I'm maybe thinking that, you know, having a little bit more of the tree still visible is what I would err on the side of. You know, something a little like this, but I don't mind the resolution that's been given here to that. The one that I personally wouldn't change, but there isn't, I'm not saying this is wrong, there is no right or wrong in this particular case, but I am a fan of overlap when we're talking about depth, and this overlap here I like. I think it just stacks things in space in a way that I like. And I think separating them here isn't bad by any means. It's just maybe a choice that I wouldn't make. I would tend to keep things overlapped if they are in front of each other. It's just my own personal preference for that. I think it helps depth and readability. I understand that you could argue for clarity of silhouette overall, and that maybe, you know, this overlap messes with that. I could see that being an argument, and therefore I'm not going to say either way that that's incorrect or not. It comes down to a bit of personal preference and what you're willing to like forego in order to achieve a different effect. So for me, I like overlap where I can use it, especially on an image like this that has a very strong, like a wide angle lens and a very strong sort of sense of direction. I think that overlap works quite nicely. Like I said, I can see the argument for going something like this. And again, in the paint over, the clarity of silhouette overall is a little bit clearer in that sense. So again, value-wise, I could see it working. I think, and just because of this being a paint over, this introduces like a lot of just what reads as sort of like mist, and it gives like a very like muddy appearance to the background. And I think the clarity is nicer here and makes sense with the sunlight and the direction of the sunlight in here. So I think ultimately these kind of areas that are just flat are what read weird in the background. And addressing these is a case of doing those kind of studies. I would probably address this in a way where I'm just thinking about the tops of the trees back here and giving them a little bit of form, a little bit of shape, and so on. Not giving them a whole lot of detail, but just continuing what you've done here on the left, personally. So let me just... Yo, Mel, what's up? Mel's here, everyone. Relax. Relax. I think something else that kind of hinders this a little bit is just the direction that the light is coming in seems a little bit inconsistent. It, in a way, it is. I see. Okay, the light's coming kind of in from the side, but to me, it feels like the scene. I don't know. I guess the values in the sky are quite sort of muddy. We get this sort of greeny, bluey, yellowy mashup of kind of like... It's just very sort of muddy, I guess, and directionless with the light. But then the light on the characters is really strong. And I think there's just this like muddiness to it overall that makes it kind of hard to read. And this isn't ultimately helping. I think the lighting needs to be kind of figured out in a way. Like it feels like it's coming like on her face directly from the side, right? On here directly from the side. But then on the arm, it's kind of coming a little bit from the top. Same with the wing here. It's coming from the side on this wing. This guy's being lit from this direction. This guy's being lit from the back. And that inconsistency, I think, is maybe why you're finding it a little bit difficult to render. In a way. It just feels inconsistent to me overall. And I think there is a little bit of an issue with edges, in as much as similar, like the materials that are the same, the skin has different edges all over it. So we've got like much cleaner, sharper edges in something like the way that the hand's painted or like the eyes painted. But we have really, really soft, broken edges like on the edge of the form here. We have much kind of softer, more painterly edges in here. Then here it's much smoother, and so on. And this inconsistency in treatment of the same material over the illustration on every material, it's kind of blurring all of the materials together. They all kind of feel very similar to themselves. Like this metal, I'm assuming, or maybe it's wood, but we're using these colorings, and I feel like the necklace is maybe gold. That this is gold also. That they're painted in such a way that they feel very similar to the skin, feel very similar to the feathers, to the hair, etc. That there's just a bit of inconsistency with the material quality, I think, across the illustration. This makes it a bit harder to read, I think. Sorry, I'm just looking at YouTube. I wish I could paint like this. I'm so terrible at painting. I love to paint, but I'm so bad at it. Yeah, as Dan's saying, it's practice, yo. You just gotta practice. You'll get better at it with practice. If I was to pick up a violin today, it would be awful. And it'd probably be awful for a good few years, right? But if I put a little bit of time in every day and learn, I would get better at it. You got to learn to embrace the suck a little bit. The journey of learning is its own reward. The destination is just somewhere you end up, right? But the journey is actually the most rewarding and fun part, I think. So just enjoy the journey, embrace the suck. Like, it's fine. And also, if you embrace the journey, it doesn't really seem like something where you can be like, oh, I suck at this. It's just like, no, I'm just at an earlier stage of the journey. There isn't a bad. There's just you being aware of a place that you want to get to, which is more advanced than the place you're currently at. But and you just got to embrace that. You're just at an earlier point in the journey. You wouldn't view things through the lens of like, there's good and then there's bad and I'm at bad. It's like, no, you're just at an earlier stage. You don't say to children that are learning to read, you're not like, yo 4-year-old, you suck at reading, dude. You're just like, no, he's 4. Like he's just at an earlier stage of learning it. And they'll get better. They're at school, they're learning to read. They get better at learning to read. Like it's not a case of like, yo, this kid sucks. Tell my nieces that. You guys are funny. I got a question. How would you go about changing these textures? Well, yeah, this is the thing. And this is where the studies come in. You need to do a study of like painting skin or painting feathers to understand what it is that you are trying to achieve when painting these things. It's not so simple. You're not going to figure it out by just sitting here and like trying to paint them. I think that is what's kind of led to this point. It's like, and I mean this in a productive way, but you don't understand how to paint these materials properly, and therefore all of the materials are becoming homogeneous and the only thing that differentiates them is their local color. So what this highlights to me is that the person needs to do studies to understand like what the difference is between these materials and how to go about painting them. They're aware that these things are different, but they're unable to paint them differently from each other because they don't understand the specific properties of each of these materials, which would give you the individual look of them. And that can really only come from studies. Like, what? Because all I'm going to be saying is like, oh, the way to paint skin is you paint skin, right? You do the studies to understand that, okay, skin is fairly matte for the most part, unless it's on the face, in which case it's a bit more reflective. It has a subsurface like scattering light quality to it, where the surface is translucent and therefore light can go through it, and we get certain effects that happen there. And we also have a lot of local color variation within skin. That means that it's going to be yellower in certain places, it's going to be redder in certain places, it sometimes even appears slightly sort of green in places, and you know, I'm not going to sit here and be like, okay, this needs to be a little bit warmer on the cheek, and like, yeah, this value is pretty good, etc. That isn't ultimately going to help, like, because the person still doesn't understand why these things are the way they are. The only way to understand that is to do the study and figure out those material qualities and why it is. And then you're not going to choose to paint them in a certain way. Otherwise, you know, I think, like I said at the very beginning of this critique, this really just says to me that the person is having difficulty rendering the different materials because there is a lack of understanding about what those materials are fundamentally, and therefore it just becomes a bit of a miasma of edges and color and so on, and like things getting like this tree quite detailed for where it is in the illustration, this foot very undetailed in that sense, less detailed than like stuff that's further away from it. Like there's quite a lot of noise here that makes this look very flat because there isn't much detail and plane change and all of that kind of stuff going on, and there's this mismatch going on. Like this area is completely devoid of any information. This has a lot of information. This has a lot of information, but they're all on this, like all of this is on the same plane as each other. Do you see what I mean? There's just a lot of like mismatch in this sense, and like the illustration, the coloring, the narrative, all of that stuff is kind of very well understood. It really just is a rendering thing, and I think doing studies would alleviate these issues, pretty succinctly. I think when it comes to the lighting consistency, again, it's really like you just got to be very clear about where the light is and be strict about what it sees. Like if the lighting is coming like from the side here, as it appears that most of this is lit that way, we just need to be consistent about those planes and where they're facing, and pick it up like that. So I can correct that kind of stuff, but so yeah, let me just do that a little bit to 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 overwhelm mine, to overcome mine, Following Alex's advice, I found the exact material and the exact lighting environment I wanted. Then I tried to replicate it. I broke it into individual materials. For me, it was steel, brass, fur, and cloth. And then tried painting full subjects wearing those materials before coming back to my painting. Yeah, exactly. That is a great way to do it. It's surgical precision when it comes to figuring out what you don't know. And like, you get to a point in an illustration where you're like, oh, I'm noodling, right? If I can't make something work and I'm going around in circles, that is generally at a point where I'm like, oh, right, yeah, I just don't understand this well enough. I gotta go study it. That if I understand what the surface should be in the illustration, I can paint it, So whenever that comes up and I'm like, oh, why is this not working? It's because you don't understand. And it's fine. You just go and do the study. But I think, Jewel here would benefit from targeting those specific areas. And then in that sense, like I was saying, being very particular about where the light comes from and how that works. Because I see the lighting direction inconsistency also contributes to like an idea of like confusion and edges. It's kind of, the edges just get soft when there's confusion. I see this a lot in illustrations. If people are unsure about what things should look like, or they're unsure about the lighting or so on, then that's when the airbrush tends to come out, because people can hide in the vagueness. Sorry for my spelling. It's okay. I'm dyslexic, so if I am like look at something like that, and then there's a different letter, like, and I just read it out. Like, I don't necessarily always see what the word should be, because I hyper focus on the letters, and then even if it's wrong, then I don't like say it properly. So it's not your fault. Everything always looks like it's spelt wrong to me. So if whenever I look at letters, like a word, I have trouble seeing the shape of the word itself. So I look at all the individual letters, and even if they're wrong, I don't necessarily automatically think the word is spelt wrong. I'm reading it wrong. So I'm just trying to sort of be a bit more consistent with the lighting here, and hopefully you can sort of see what that does when you're being consistent with like where the light's coming from, the kind of clarity that you can have on the form. Fuck you, Photoshop. itchy nose, mate. And also, what you learn from doing studies of things is how to simplify, and then that helps you figure out what's important as well, and to paint things at different distances where certain details are less important. So with things like trees and grass, like you learn to appreciate that there is an overall form that the thing takes, and that when you simplify something, you should look to try and just depict the overall form, and then use like noise or a textured brush in a way to give off the impression of detail, but without actually painting the detail itself. And that's where I think when people use texture brushes in the beginning without this understanding of simplification, that's where things just become incomprehensibly noisy, because the texture should be used to simplify the texture of the thing that you are looking at. But if you don't understand how to simplify, all you're doing is creating noise in a random way that is going to make things unreadable. For example, this is a good example here. This kind of area, to simplify grass with a texture brush, kind of makes sense, right? This kind of thing. We get a little bit of like a group of like lighter strokes, but they're all kind of consistently going up in this kind of direction. Oh my god, going up in this direction, right? Fucking hate Photoshop. But the issue comes in where, one, we've got like an overabundance of noise, but also we start to get strokes that are going across the form in different ways. They're like cutting across and so on. So it now no longer does the simplification match what we're trying to do. And so on. So anyway, forms. Just trying to consistently paint the lighting here to make sense of these forms, right? And you see in here, it's like there are certain values and colors that become very I love Photoshop, but there's just certain things about it that are a bit annoying. It's mostly me. It's user error. So there are good colors and values in here, but they're sort of a bit mixed up. There isn't a consistency to which way the planes face as to which value they are. All I'm doing here is cleaning that impression up so that planes facing a certain direction of the same material are getting a similar treatment, and it makes this stuff more readable, you know. And this comes from studies, essentially understanding the form and the direction that things are facing. I'm trying to remember the name. Is it the Vasaro head? You might have seen this sort of breakdown of a head with its planes. What is it? Vasaro head? I think it is. Nope. Asaro. Yeah, perfect. Nice one, Mel. MVP. This. Okay. This and like, you know, any derivative thereof. This is very helpful to understand. Understanding these planes can help you understand anything, really. Any form. So let's have a quick look at this. Okay, what needs to be understood about this is obviously that planes face different directions, but if planes are facing the same or similar direction, they're going to have the same or similar value to them. Take the forehead here. This plane is facing slightly upwards, right? Same with the nose, same with the bottom lip, same with the philtrum, same with the chin. And what do you notice about all of those forms? They share the same value range. And that consistency is what helps us to understand the three-dimensionality of this. You see how this plane faces slightly off this direction. Very similarly, this plane of the cheek also does that, as does this plane of the lip, as does this plane of the chin. Okay? And that's why they are all a very similar value. And that's what you're trying to learn when studying a face. I wouldn't necessarily just bring up a photo of like a lady with the same complexion and try and copy that. What I would do is grab a photo of this kind of lady of the same complexion, lit from this direction, right? And have this open at the same time. And whilst doing the study of the photo, look to figure out and identify markers to simplify the face and try and understand this in the context of a real life picture. Doing a study like that is going to help you solve like the issues of something like this very quickly. Okay? Let me get rid of the green. All I was doing here when I was painting over this was thinking about this in context of where the light is. So you can see here that what I start to do is think about the way that the planes are facing and where the light is, and to consistently match values across those. And that's why something like this appears to be a little bit kind of broken up and in a way like muddy. In some ways it appears a little bit like maybe there is a shadow or like a much different change in complexion in these areas. Because there's a bit of an inconsistency with the way that they're facing and the value that they are. Whereas here, I'm introducing that consistency and value change. I'm doing that in the hair. I'm doing that with the feathers, doing that with the arm, the shoulder, the headdress, etc. And you see the clarity that comes from something like that. All I'm doing is I'm using the exact same colors and stuff that are already there, but I'm arranging it to understand the planes. And that's what has cleaned this up and given it like a clarity. This isn't any more rendered, right, than this is. I haven't added detail. I've ordered it so that it makes sense in relation to the light and where that's coming from. And and that I think is something that you need to do studies for, but you need to do the right kind of studies for, and know what the purpose of you that you're trying to achieve. You will only achieve so much from just copying, in this particular case, copying a picture of a person lit from the similar direction. If you didn't already understand the planes, which, you know, based on the rendering of it, is something that wasn't necessarily understood, you're not going to suddenly understand those planes without specifically looking to understand them by doing a study. And just copying a photo isn't going to teach you that. You need to kind of break this stuff down in reference to something like the Asaro head to really figure that out. And that's, yeah, essentially just being a bit more sort of targeted with that overall. And obviously all of this is just meant to be like solutions for this. Like I said, I think in the beginning I had said that really the solution here is studies overall, because it just seems like a rendering issue to me. Like rendering and consistency of planes and where they're facing. And I think it would alleviate it, to be honest. So I'll leave that critique here at this point. Like I said, we went over this and the points that I think are relevant from this, and the things that I highlighted from this as being like a difference in personal taste. But there is a consistency to the planes and understanding in this paint over, which I think is very good. And I think there is something to be said here for essentially just targeting the specific things that seem not understandable and tidying them up. It's a very cool piece. I'd love to see you finish it. So good luck with that. I will save it out quickly. Dun, dun. And then we'll get on to Yukino's. Hey, Zero, no problem. Yeah, I did put I did say it was on the 22nd, but that's fine. That's fine. Because the tournament that I've got next weekend was always next weekend. So, but yes, I have time. I will look at yours. Let me get it. Oh, it's not even on the Discord. Get it on the Discord. What are you playing at? Okay. We'll leave this up. Okay, so Yukino. Here we go. So you had said, I wanted to get a critique of this older piece I never finished. I don't know if I'll ever finish it, but maybe I could learn something from the critique. I'm not sure what I don't like about it, and I don't know if I seriously lack fundamentals to finish a piece like this, or if I just need some more patience. So I guess my main question is, what do you recommend? Going back and studying fundamentals, and if so, what should I focus on? Or pushing through and trying to finish this? All right, it's good. It's good. And I can help you here. I think we are in a similar position here to some of the issues that we came across on Sarah's image, where it is not so much your ability to render materials in and of themselves, is that there is a lack of consistency with the lighting across the entirety that makes things look individually lit, and that's what causes a kind of flatness to this that maybe feels a little bit like two-dimensional in a way. So let me just cut her out from the background quickly. And I think okay, and I think probably if you were here for Sarah's one as well, that you can kind of understand what I'm getting at with this. And based off of some of the work that I've seen of yours, I think you have. Yeah, I struggle with lighting a lot on bigger illustrations like this. Yeah, I think to me that the issue overall is that you're focusing too much on the individual pieces, like this section of the hair, this bit of the headdress, the glasses, then the face or the nose, and all of the things are individual. Okay, they don't necessarily all look like they are lit from one light or a few light sources, but they're not consistently lit, that they're following the rules of one main light source. And I'm just trying to think like what would be the way around this, because I've also run into this problem earlier in my learnings as well, and I've had this critique before where someone is like, everything seems lit individually and not globally, and that's what makes it feel like flat. But in and of itself, the rendering of things is nice. It's just it's inconsistent. So let's think about this. So the lighting is coming in from sort of like front right, if I'm understanding some of the context cues here. It's like this kind of direction. Yep. This is what I get from this. I see if I start going straight to color, I always do those mistakes, and don't happen when I start with black and white. Yeah, I think black and white is a nice stage to go through in the beginning when you're learning stuff. It can help you resolve issues. I'm just going to start putting in some shadows here. I tried it, but I couldn't find a way to add colors to black and white that would work for me, but I think I'll try again. Yeah, what I will say is, if you do things in black and white, and then you transfer them over to color, it can bring with it its own problems. And if you aren't very confident with color, it actually doesn't really help you to work in black and white and transfer it over to color, I don't think. To get the right temperatures and values in your color work from a black and white without a very strong understanding of how that stuff works, you will struggle massively to get that to work. Black and white to color doesn't translate very well if you don't have an insane understanding of color from the beginning. The choices that you make in black and white unless you understand color, can be completely wrong. And color doesn't work the way you think it does in black and white as well. There are certain things that we will see that you will assume to be one way in black and white, and it just totally does not work like that. I would very much struggle to do a black and white piece and have got the values completely right when I put it into color. It would be, I would say I would never actually get that right first time. That's how difficult it is. It's good to kind of understand in a graphic sense your lighting, I think, working in black and white, and can be good to eliminate color from the initial design process of something. But you'll never get it to translate well. I've not seen anyone do it. Okay, I'm just adding shadows here to be consistent with the direction of light that you've shown to have in this piece. And then we can talk about how, because of this, the form and the lighting seems very consistent in this overpaint, and why it appears to be quite flat in the original. And it is really just to do with orientation to the light source and being aware of globally where that light is in relation to the forms. And how I think, like I've seen in at least all of the work that I've seen of yours so far, that this tends to be a sort of a something I've noticed, let's say, in your artwork, is this individually lit forms that are inconsistent to the direction that the light is coming from, and it just gives a sort of a flatness. Yeah, and listen, like I said, your material rendering in and of itself is really nice. Like it has that very sort of stylized, sort of League of Legends-esque render style. It's just that the lighting is inconsistent, and that's what is making things appear kind of flat. But like all I'm doing is adding shadows, right, where they should be, based on your light sources, and it's gonna pop this out massively. But like I'm not rendering anything. I'm just adding shadows here. Your material rendering, it works fine, I think. It's just there's lighting inconsistency. There's like, I guess you could think of it this way. Lighting and rendering aren't separate, like necessarily, right? The rendering you do is, building out the lighting. So what I essentially mean is the way that you paint materials is fine, okay? But the way that you paint light is inconsistent. So I'm sort of separating it out as like, okay, there's rendering and there's lighting, except when you are rendering light. Do you see what I mean? But for me to be able to talk about it, I've got to be able to make a distinction between these two things. So okay, this shoulder's an interesting one because like this form actually blocks the light. Okay, so let's have a quick look at this then. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Wait. Okay, so we have this, the base of it, and then we go to something like this, right? And as I said, what I am trying to do here is to think about where the light source is and then add shadows which help indicate where these forms are related towards that light source. And the way that I'm doing this is to think about the form as a whole and then to look at the forms individually in relation to the light source. And I have to kind of keep going back and forth from that. But as I was saying with Sarah's, what we are essentially doing is we have our sphere, And it doesn't matter what color this is right now. But we have our sphere and it's lit like this. And this represents our forms as a whole over the whole thing. But then we can look at individually these forms and try and understand their orientation individually. But what we are looking at overall is this same idea happening over the form. So like there are planes here that are getting the light. There are planes here that are getting the light. And then as these forms roll around and down and away from the light, they're going out and around like this. So this represents this in its entirety. And if a form turns enough, it's going to, be in complete shadow, in complete darkness. But what we've got to keep in mind is that there is this global idea of where the light is and what it is lighting. And that is what I'm trying to make consistent with this this paint over. So to just break down a few areas, I will kind of go over why it wasn't working and then now kind of why it is working. So the nose is very well lit, okay, towards that light source. Okay, this makes perfect sense to where your light source is. Let's talk about like why this plane doesn't, following the same logic. Okay, we know where our light source is. It's like something like this. Okay, based on the nose, this plane is in light. Okay, we have the reflection of the light source here, which says that it's above and front facing. Okay, we understand this from this form. Okay. Oh shit! I just pressed something and I lost chat. Fuck. Oh no! Where's it gone? Okay, I've got chat back. Whew. Test. Yeah, I can see you. Nice one, Mel. Okay, sorry about that. I'm always so disjointed when I try and explain this stuff. I always press something. It's so annoying. Anyway, so we understand that from the nose. The nose is our guide here. So if the light is coming in from the same direction, this edge of the hair should be in shadow, right? This light's coming from the same point in the nose, which means that this hair is going to cast a cast shadow on here onto the skin at this point. It's also going to be casting a shadow here, so this bit's a bit darker. So that's why that plane didn't make sense. Okay. Similarly, under here, there is a thickness to this hair, and the light can't go around the corner. So, and it also casts a cast shadow. So this bit of the forehead also becomes darker. We have this same idea on the cheek, which you've done already, and on the chin. Something like this. This plane on the front of the face is slightly facing more to the front, like the bridge of the nose. So this also goes a little bit. The same as that. This plane on the eye, it's only the corner of the eye here that is actually facing the light. Bit darker under here as that turns away, and so on. There'd also be a little bit of a shadow being cast from the glasses onto the face. Yeah, something like this. This part of the lip also faces slightly more towards the light as it rolls up to the front and around. This plane. A bit like this. And this is kind of what I mean. I think because you isolate this out on its own separate layer, which is a good practice for rendering detailed stuff, it's almost like we're not necessarily going back to this idea of like, where is my light source and what is the shape of this overall? And it's because we're sort of focusing in individually on these things that, like, this doesn't have a cast shadow on anything underneath it. Neither does this cloth. Like, this form is generally kind of lit, but this is basically a sphere. We should be looking at this idea happening here, and it isn't. It's kind of flatly shaded where it's like, it just gets a little bit darker, but it's not describing the form and so on. You see here, this is what I'm trying to sort of set up in a way. Like, this is now casting shadows on what's underneath it. Ooh. You know, this is now behaving much more like this, etc. I'm basically just fixing cast shadows or adding cast shadows to things in relation to where my light source is, and also trying to think about how the render should, the overall form should render. So I changed this part of the hair here, right? Because this is very graphic. If I zoom in on this, so that it's just abstract, okay? The only direction that I perceive a form change is in this direction. I get the idea that there is a slight curvature to this form, okay? Like this, in this direction, okay? Which is great. It should have that, okay? What it doesn't have, and which should also read, is curvature in this direction, right? It is both turning that way and that way, except that the way the light is rendered on here is that it is only turning in the downward direction. And that's why the hair in itself has good volume as a sort of cylinder in this way, but it doesn't have any this way, and that's why it looks kind of flat. So when I do something like this part of the form, let me get my good brush. Let's use this one. Okay, this part of the form on the side of the head here, back here, is very foreshortened, and it is also facing that way. Okay, this starts to face more towards the light. This is like facing the light pretty directly, and this plane is on a similar plane right here. So this highlight is not going to go all the way to the edge of the form because this is turning away. So it's going to drop off in value, and that specular, the specular being the direct reflection of the light source itself, is only going to appear on the planes that are reflecting that light back to me, or the camera, as it were, but back to me, the viewer. My style has been very clean and graphic. I don't know how to make it more realistic. I mean, this is what I'm showing you. It's understanding the form and being consistent about the way, about the direction that the form is turning and the way that the face of it is facing. So you see something like this, I'm dropping off the value horizontally as well as vertically. Everything needs to be clean. Yeah, that's cool. I understand what you're saying, where you've come from a certain render style and you render a certain way and you're having trouble transferring that. Hopefully I'm sort of showing you the idea that needs to be understood to make things still stylized but more realistic. And obviously the way to go about this would be to do studies to help alleviate this. Specifically, again, something like this, because all I'm doing is making sure that planes are consistent and adding cast shadows on forms that are on top of each other and overlapping each other. So there's a bit of ambient occlusion and consistency with the direction that things are facing, and so on, and like recognizing what forms are. And I think you do understand the shape of the form pretty well, because you're able to render these things, like this. I understand the three-dimensionality of this shape. The only thing that stops this from reading is the lack of interaction with the stuff around it. Individually, in and of itself, this is lit consistently. It makes pretty good sense. But in the context of everything else around it, they're not interacting with each other. The lighting is consistent in each object individually, but not globally. Honestly, it'll take some time to get into your head, and like I said, you gotta do studies to really alleviate this. But this is more about how objects interact with each other, and not just in and of themselves, because I think that is really the key here. Is that if the only thing in this picture is this brooch, the way you painted it makes sense, right? But it doesn't interact with the things around it. And it is that interaction, its reflections, its ambient occlusion, and its cast shadows, which, make it appear in the scene and real, in that sense, three-dimensional. You can go really in depth with this stuff. But you have a lovely understanding for the stylization of shapes, and like the way that you approach rendering certain materials is really nice in style. But yeah, it's just making those things sit together, Still life would be perfect, yeah. Doing a still life, and I'd keep them very simple in the beginning. I think the first thing that you should focus on is object interactions with each other, okay? And I think if you set up a still life that had a couple of simple objects that were next to each other, that cast shadows on each other and on the surfaces they sit on, this would be a perfect little setup. I'm talking like get an orange and an apple, or an egg and an apple, sit them on the desk with one light source, so just one lamp, so you're only dealing with light coming from one direction. Don't just put them on a table and have them lit by like the window and a desk lamp and, you know, something else in the room, the TV or whatever. Just try and isolate the lighting so that you've got one clear directional light source. You've got objects that are casting shadows on each other and on the surface that they're on. And it's that interaction that you're looking for. What happens when objects are next to each other and they cast shadows and so on? Because it's just that you're missing in that sense. Because once you understand that, like I said, the stylization that you already have with the way that you render things is really nice. It's just orientation. So yeah, I mean, listen, all I'm adding here is essentially consistency with the light source and object interaction. So quickly, just to break this down, what you're looking for in a study. Let's get rid of everything but this sphere. Okay. This is what I would set up, okay? Okay. Get yourself a cardboard box. Okay, cardboard box. Like this. Okay. Paint the inside of it black. Or put some black material in there, or black paper, whatever, but black out the inside of it, okay? So, like this. Yeah, exactly. It's going to break the bank, but it's for your own good. Okay? So, black out the inside of it. And set this up on your desk with a lamp shining at it like this. I would put like an egg and let's say like an apple next to each other, quite close. And what you want to do is set up the lighting such that the egg is casting a shadow on the apple. I mean it. I know. I'll tell you why. I'm being very specific because there's a reason for this, right? I'm not. This isn't intentionally me trying to be funny. Okay. And these are some studies that I want you to do. So you want to set up the lighting such that the egg is casting a shadow on the apple, and you have one light source. You just have this lamp. In this way, we are isolating the light sources so that they're easy to work out. And what this is firstly going to teach you, this is actually super helpful. Okay, cool. So what this is actually going to teach you right now is the interaction between two objects and their cast shadows. Okay, and we're just isolating that one problem right now. We have this form, it's casting a shadow on this form. We have one light source, so we know exactly what's going on here. And you're just going to do a study of this. Okay, you do a digital study of it, and you know, get an idea of like, okay. And what you'll find is as well is that where this cast shadow is in direct relation to where the light source is. Okay, so this shadow would actually be something like this. Our light is coming in from an angle, okay, and the angle at which it casts a shadow on the object is related to where that angle of the light. Okay, if the light was coming from below, for example, then the shadow would be cast up here. See what I mean? But this is going to be a nice little study because you get to understand about the cast shadow. You get to understand about this interaction between two objects. And the other bonus to this is that eggs are kind of analogous to the colors of like skin and that changing. What will also be nice here is that because the apple is like red, is that you might get a little bit of bounce light off of here that is going to give you a bit of like redness in here. It's just a very nice simple study that is going to teach you a lot. And you do this in the black box first of all. You might need to put like a bit of sticky tack or something to stop them rolling over. Anyway, you do this. Then you can do the same study again, but what I want you to do is put a white piece of paper underneath them. Okay? And this is going to introduce another variable. It's going to do two things. We're going to get cast shadows on the surface now because it's not black, right? But we're also going to get reflected light that is going to bounce up into these much more than it would have done on the black. So you're going to start to see reflected light in here. You're also going to get very strong sense of ambient occlusion because of the bounce light. There's going to be ambient occlusion that's going to be very obvious under here as the shadows will get slightly illuminated from below. But it's adding a few more variables. You do this study and try and be as accurate as possible to what you're looking at. Really study it. You're going to get a very clear understanding of how object interactions work, how reflected light works, and how the change in orientation of the light source is going to affect these things. And the reason we do it in this black box is to eliminate as much as possible bounce light from anywhere else in the room. We are solely looking at just the light coming from one direction and isolating that light source as much as possible, to make what we're understanding easier to see. Because like if I just put something on my desk in the middle of the room, there is the lights that I have on, there's the window, there is the fact that there's white walls in here bouncing light around from everywhere. There's a light in this cupboard that shines out here. If I put something on my desk, it is under the influence of like 3 direct light sources and like several indirect light sources and reflective lights. So it becomes very difficult for me to like pick apart what's going on there in a meaningful way. So we put them in what we call a shadow box, but is essentially just a box that is not reflecting or eliminating as much reflected light as possible. And this way, yeah, you're isolating what it is you're trying to study. And this is why, you know, if you ever look up or have seen like cast drawings from like a telecast drawing, this is why these drawings are set up this way in a shadow box, is to eliminate variables so that you can properly study and understand the specifics of how light interacts with stuff. And that's what this cast drawing exercise at an atelier is all about, is understanding this. And that's also the reason that you use a white cast as well, is so that you eliminate like any local color variations that might interfere with the way that you're seeing the light. But like I said, you can use an egg and an apple. I think you'd be more than capable of working that out. But yeah, this is essentially what you're going to be doing with an egg and an apple, right, in the box. This is the way that I studied. I studied at one of these schools, and you know, I would say that most of my knowledge and understanding about light and color and form and so on is from doing studies like these and having to break down and understand why it looks the way it does here and trying to implement that. How did this practice start? Like this has been classical like drawing training for hundreds of years. Like it was essentially breaking down the understanding of visual phenomena into its basic forms and studying them, to get better at understanding. And I don't know the origins of it, so good question. Don't know. Look it up. Read a fucking book. But yes, like I said, when I studied at the London Atelier of Representational Art. That's where I studied here in London. And that's where I learnt most of this stuff for the very first time. And it has underpinned basically the entirety of the knowledge base that I have on this stuff, and I have just practiced those principles over and over and over and over and over again. I'm trying to find some old pictures for you. Here we go. Here's a study. This is a digital one, but this is a digital still life, setting up stuff just to paint to understand these similar things, these material interactions. Um, so yeah, this is set up in a shadow box um, for that specific reason. Cast shadows, object interactions. In this case, there's some light coming through this petal that turns the shadow also pink here, reflected light, etc. I did these digitally. I can show you. I also set these up in oils. I think I've got a picture of it here. Here we go. These are some of my oil still lives. And this is at the very end of my time at the atelier, where I was doing painting in color by this point, but you sort of graduate from black and white to color and so on. But all of these were to target different things, right? Some of them are to like understand different materials. So, this plastic bag filled with lead pigment was this, it's this sort of chalky inside of the bag versus the specular reflection on the plastic and so on. This was about reflections. So this is kind of like a dirty pot that I used to clean my brushes in, but like some of it was like matte textured from the dirt and paint, and some of it was still reflective. So you have like metals and so on. This is about translucency. These are two different oils in bottles and so on. I've got this here. This was basically to mark where they were, but then I ended up painting it in and so on. But yeah, these are all different studies from the atelier and so on. Oh, this is like the first. This is like an art test. It was like my first art test. And so on. But anyway, do I have any more oil paintings in here? Yeah. Self-portrait. When I had hair. RIP. R.I.P. long hair. This is in my painting studio. There's a cast painting in progress. So on. Yeah, there's another self-portrait here. Yeah, this is a self-portrait. This is in my mum's house, this one. Yeah, this is that painting I was trying to show you before. That's next to me. Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, this is. I still have this in my house. I made this. Lol. Anyway, got off topic. Do still lives. Great way to practice object interaction. So let's get it. Yeah, nice. Okay, let's bring up this image from 0 then, and we'll save this, and I'll quickly just make a drink, go to the loo, and we'll get on with it. We'll get on with it. But I'll save this for you, Yukino. And thanks for submitting. It was good topics in that one. And we'll load up 0's image. That's insanely helpful. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad it was helpful. We aim to help. Okay, I'll leave you guys with this piece from 0, which we are going to look at next. Again, this was one that was on a previous critique stream. And yeah, it looks like you've done lots of rendering on it. Is looking very, very crisp. Yeah, I like what I see so far. So give me 2 mins. I'm just going to have a quick bathroom break, make a hot drink, and then I'll be back to do another paint over. So stay tuned. Almost there. One sec. I was just making a coffee in it. But 0. So tell me. I know you said you're continuing the rendering on this and you've got stuff to render, but other than materials, what's the plan? Are you planning to introduce some like a bit more atmospherics, and so on? Is there anything that other than rendering you're sort of struggling with? Otherwise, yeah, I can go into this and help you out. I think the clarity, maybe more of the final touches VFX. Okay, perfect. I think the clarity that you have brought into the narrative of this by, going in and figuring out the rendering of certain things has really helped to improve the readability overall. Like now this is very clear in the narrative. I think this sequence of events and what we need to notice to kind of put the context clues together is so much clearer, right? I think, at least in my mind, we see this. We see the kind of alert and slightly worried expression and kind of acting of like the face and the ears, the look, and etc. And then again, the aggressive nature of this guy. We very clearly, I think, infer that this dude did this and that she is in danger and has started to notice this. I think that is coming across really very clearly now, up until this point. And I also think that because you've focused a bit more on the direction of the light and being very strict about what the light does and doesn't see, it has brought a clarity to the rendering that has really opened it up and has made it feel a lot more three-dimensional than it had previously looked. So yeah, I think you have improved this massively since last we looked at this, and it feels a lot more robust. The rendering feels a lot more controlled, and it seems like you're very aware of the light sources, more so than you were. And I think for me, looking at this, there are still some things that I would do with the lighting, but they're more about grading than they are actually repainting anything. And yeah, there are some things that I would maybe bring in here, atmospherics, to sort of knock back the detail in a little bit of areas, and just bring a little bit more sense of mystery, I guess, back into this. But I think, yeah, overall is definitely moving in the right direction for me. So I'm just going to grab my coffee and then we'll get into this. Yo, Danny, what's up? Late to the stream? Don't worry. There's the videos. There's the VODs. Okay. So, couple of little things. Just render wise, very small. But I think that the folds here on the skirt are incorrect. We're not respecting gravity here. There's a distinct lack of respect for gravity going on. Okay. Yo, lucky seal. Thank you for follow. Okay. Now, because I own a lot of pleated skirts, this is how I know that there's a distinct lack of respect for gravity going on right here. And what I always say, respect gravity. I don't want to see any gravitational disrespect in this stream. It's we're all grown ups. We know how to behave. And I don't want to see it. Hi Alex, hi chat. What's up, Peekaboo? What's going on? Okay. So unless these like pleats are like stitched in such a way that they can't open out from each other, like the top one is just going to open out like this, and then the rest of them are going to start trying to fall down like this. Happy you're streaming today. Went for a long walk with the doggo this afternoon. Oh, nice. So this is just a minor thing with this part of the skirt, but the pleats fall open like this. They're not going to follow the form so much. And yeah, that's just a small thing there. Anyway, when it comes to the I guess the impression of the light overall on the character, I think we still probably need to look at a little bit of fall off to the lighting as we sort of go down the figure, because I think there is a stylization to this, obviously, which we're trying to sort of uphold, but I think something like the tail and the values as we get further down, they are a little bit too contrasty overall, and I would really just look to take out a little bit of the detail that's there at the mo down here. It's unimportant, you know, to a certain extent, and also it is just clearly in the shadow. I was wondering why that wasn't working. Yeah, it's all clearly in the shadow down here, and I think at the moment it's all a bit too light down there, and it's just adding contrast, which ultimately isn't necessary, or correct, in a way. So I think we can drop the contrast down here. It's only going to help us to focus on a bit more what's important. You know, I'm just knocking that down, and I'm being a bit more consistent globally to where the lighting is coming from, which is, you know, what I was talking about with Sarah's piece and with Yukino's piece, and even Jules' piece to a certain extent, is that the consistency of the lighting in a global setting needs to be there, not just the consistency of the lighting in an individual setting, so form by form, but the entirety of the forms present within the situation here. And I just think, like, I've got a multiply layer here, and I'm essentially I'm putting in a bit of ambient occlusion, but I'm also just thinking about, as these forms are rolling down and away from the light source, there's just less light, more and more so. So as you can see, let me turn this on and off here. This is just a bit of grading. Okay, it's just a little bit of like consistency to that. Vumbun, wow, so sick. Thanks. This painting belongs to a Zero in the chat. Today I am doing paintovers for viewers. So people are submitting their artworks, and then I am helping them to finish them up. Giving my opinion, let's say. Giving my opinion. So, yeah, this is what I would be looking at with the lighting here is essentially introducing the global shadows and kind of ambient occlusion, and this is just going to make that feel a little bit more realistic and consistent. Again, I'm just going back and forth here to show you what I mean. It's also eliminating contrast where it ultimately doesn't need to be. You know, we want our contrast here, not so much here. So it's with this. Now, there is kind of like a whimsical nature to this in the way that it's rendered and the style and everything. And I think there is a few things that we can do here. One thing I think is still kind of necessary as well. I like that you have kind of rendered this out more so that the planes are very, very, very clearly understood. I think there's still room though for us to essentially use something like lighten to knock back the detail a little bit back here, especially like on this side. A little bit. Knock back a little bit of that contrast back here. Don't let that affect our character though. She should be, you know, much more bold, separate from this. But I think some of these values, they're a little bit kind of dark and contrasty, and I think it brings them forward a little bit. What I'm trying to do is just knock them back a little bit, sending things back to the background. But obviously you can do this on layers. I'm just doing this on top. Yeah, Vamban. Essentially, the narrative here is like a play on the Little Red Riding Hood, if I remember correctly. And Red Riding Hood here is like the hunter. She's come across this animal that has been slain, and then in doing that has heard something in the background, and it is indeed the beast. That is coming for the character. So anyway, this is me like knocking back some of this stuff in the background. And then I will also do color dodge. Transparency shapes turned off. And just I'm going to pick up a little bit of like pink in these petals with the light coming through it. We get a nice little bit of subsurface on the shadow side. And this, you see, it's just given that sort of like slightly like magical kind of feeling to these. We get a little bit of bloom. I would also introduce a little bit, not too bright, but like a little bit of bloom on these lights, which is just going to place these edges in the scene a little bit more. We're sort of homogenizing things together a little bit. Everything is essentially a little bit kind of separated, and this is a stage that we go through in the rendering. Essentially, things do become a little bit separated out, and at the end, finishing touches, I like to go in and just like try and bring these things a little bit closer together, and things like bloom, things like being consistent with your shadows, layers like lighten, and so on are really helpful for just bringing a little bit of this in. More natural light phenomena that we see that can help. So let me put these in a little folder. I'll turn them on and off to and talk about them. So currently on a 5 watch streak, huh? Trying to get the 20th streak. Goddamn. Stay tuned. Very nice. Okay, so this is where we're at with this. And there is a nice clarity, like I said, that you brought to it overall. And we're sort of nearing that sort of finishing stages with this, whereby we now want to connect all of the things together a bit more. So what tends to happen when we render things, especially a detailed scene like this, where there is a lot of things going on, there we focus on the rendering, and that puts like a very sort of clear sharpness and kind of focus on everything in the image, right? And what I like to do at the end is to then try and reintegrate all of these things together by thinking about actual light phenomena that we see. So that would be like volumetric light in, say, mist and fog. That would be subsurface scattering. That would be bloom on lights. That would be like saturation that we get from light hitting certain colored surfaces, and so on. And this kind of globally starts to work together to bring everything together. So if we see here like this, everything is quite distinct and sharp, but then something like this brings all of those things together. We make sense of the lighting a bit more with some darker shadows. So we make sense of that. Ambient occlusion and darker shadows in here. Then we knock the background contrast down so that the background is kind of a bit more separate from our character, and we introduce a little bit more mystery when it comes to the monster. And then finally here, this is like subsurface scattering and bloom, which just gives our lighting a bit more like of a magical feel to it, but it also softens some edges, so the edges in the back mix with edges in the front, and so on. And this overall, is part of what I would do to like bring this together. So you see how it kind of makes the lighting a bit more consistent overall. It refocuses our attention here as well, because we have less contrast behind her. We have less contrast down here. And now the biggest amount of contrast is up in the face, and so on. So we just kind of bringing that attention back to her overall. You got a question here. How can I make that area feel less empty? When I see illustrations or splash arts, they have interesting stuff going on in the less contrast areas and in the darkest parts too. Which part are you talking about specifically? Because like, if I look at what's going on in the image, there isn't like many places where there is literally nothing, right? Any space that I look in has something, right? Here we have foliage and layering. Okay, we've got rocks, rabbit, tree, foliage, plants, trees, all the way going to the background. Here we have space taken up by the beast itself. We have plants back here. We have the rabbits, the tree, etc., grass, blah blah. Like there isn't actually a spot on this that doesn't really have something going on. I don't see this as being like an empty piece with like uninteresting areas, if I'm honest with you. There is detail in places, but like not enough to overtake what's going on elsewhere. I think in some cases you might be able to get away with softer edges to kind of play with the depth a bit more. You know, something that you might be able to get away with here if I did something like this. I don't think you're looking at like a lack of detail anywhere. I think it's just that you have a certain edge quality on everything equally. What I mean is like everything is as sharp as our main character is. And that kind of hyper focus on everything brings with it a certain flatness that I think you might be perceiving as, okay, the background needs more interesting stuff going on because it appears flat, but really it's more frog wigglecock. It's more that everything has the same kind of edge quality to it, which it kind of makes it feel a little bit flat in a way. Sorry, I don't think I explained that very well. Let me look at this. This is specifically a case where I think you could feel like nothing interesting was going on, right? Because you have kind of flat values here behind like the plants and like here and stuff like this. So you might be thinking like, oh damn, I need something else going on here because now it's flat, and then like I've got this shape and then I've got nothing here and I've got nothing here. Where's the depth coming from? Like what? Everything I add that goes further back adds more depth, but then I need more depth behind that and I need more depth behind that. And it's because everything has the same edge quality right now. Okay? These edges are cut out, same as these, same as these, same as these, same as these. And if everything has that edge, you're not actually showing any depth when it comes to like clarity of vision. In real life, we have depth of field. If I look at something, I look at my cup on my table, everything else around it will appear slightly out of focus, and the things like closer to me are going to appear out of focus. Everything except the point at which I'm focusing on, which is the cup in this case. But if I'm looking at my focal point here in the illustration, because this is a flat image, Vumban, thanks for the follow. Because this is a flat image, okay, and these edges are sharp, I don't get the depth of field that I get if I was looking at three-dimensional objects. And so in the illustration, you need to actually force this so that when someone is looking in your focal area, that depth of field is mimicked in the same way that it would be when you're looking at something in real life. And this is what will give something a very realistic look about it and give you depth, is you're mimicking the phenomena at which we experience when we focus, when we look at something. So, for example, if I introduce a bit of a Gaussian blur on the image here, okay, and I turn it on and off, do you see very subtly, and I've erased it, right? I've masked it out where she is. Masked it out where she is. When I'm looking at her and her facial expression and you know, her in general, that depth of field that I would experience if I was looking at a real person in a forest is now being mimicked in the illustration, and that gives it depth. So no longer do these things feel flat and close to us, and therefore maybe, you know, you're thinking about the background as having a lack of detail. Now everything is out of focus in the way that it appears in real life. Yeah, so let's do unhide, hide, or whatever. Yeah, back, forth. And then specifically just the blur, okay? So blur on, blur off, blur on, blur off, on, off. Now, let me bring up some images that I think kind of relate to this, and we'll see how it's working there to sort of show you. But like you have everything you need already in this image. You're really just at this kind of like finishing up stage of this, and all I've done here is introduce like a blur and some consistency with like global shadows, and a bit less contrast. But let me bring up an illustration. We'll talk through this a bit more. You've brought it on so much though from the beginning of this. It's pretty crazy the level of improvement on it. I think it's excellent in that sense. Okay, I'm starting to get it. All right, you're going to get it even more after this, because this is an illustration I haven't had in mind looking at this, and the exact same things that I have suggested are happening in this illustration, and I think you even have a bit more detail in areas than this illustration does, which would sort of speak to the fact that it's not about the level of detail that you've got. It's more just about the visual phenomena, if anything. Kevs12, thanks for the follow. So here's the illustration. It is the base splash for Ivan, and for some reason it's aligned really weird on the page. Okay, I don't understand why it's aligned this way. Okay, but we deal. This is the full illustration anyway, so it's just weirdly aligned. Well, let's bring it into Photoshop. Oh, this website doesn't let you copy them. Wait, give me one sec. Again, disjointed mind. I'm so sorry that I have to jump around loads. I think I'm trying to explain something, and in doing so, too many thoughts come into my head at once, and then I just end up getting into a bit of a mess with it. But I'm trying to make it make sense for you. Okay. Here we go. So we have, these areas that we're meant to look at. Okay, we can tell by the contrast and everything that's going on in the illustration. Now, when we look in these areas, we can see that there is a drop-off, not just in contrast, but in softness of the edge going away from the focal point. There is slightly softer edges out here and less contrast, right, than there is in our focal points, okay? And then specifically in the background, you see how all of these edges here, they're just tree shapes, right, that are out of focus, okay? This bird is slightly out of focus with a bit of motion blur and so on. This is out of focus. This is more out of focus. There's less contrast. Now, if we look at your illustration, you have a very similar thing going on, okay? If I take the blur off, you have shapes in the background, you have foliage going back there, you have animals, etc., except that all of this has the same edge quality and it's very sharp. We introduce a blur, and suddenly we have a bit of depth of field, a bit of a hierarchy going on. Soltrad, thank you for the follow. And this makes the depth in the image read a lot clearer. Now suddenly she's in focus, and nothing else quite is as in focus as she is. And this mimics the way that we actually see things in real life. When we look at something, everything else in our view becomes slightly blurred. We're looking at something, stuff in the foreground is blurred, stuff in the background is blurred, and that stuff gets increasingly less blurred the closer it gets to the focal point that we're looking at. And that is depth of field. And if you were to take a picture with a lens, when you focus the lens, that's what's happening. You know, you focus the lens on the thing you're looking at, that becomes clear, background goes out of focus, foreground goes out of focus. These things we see in real life, but we don't see in images because they are flat. You know, it is a 2D plane. We are trying to mimic what happens in real life to give the impression of three-dimensional space. Okay? And that is why this depth of field is very important to understand. And basically, you are looking at softening things, softening edges, and so on, away from the focal point. And you can see in this splash art here for Ivan, this is exactly the case here, and very, very similarly matches what's going on in yours. We've got a forest in the background, and so on. And look, back here, it's just flatter shapes that are blurred. And you wouldn't say from looking at this that there's like, quote unquote, a lack of detail or anything going on. And we have the same thing going on here. We also have it, you know, the stuff right in the foreground has this depth of field to it as well, which works out really nicely. You see? You see? I love this painting as well. It's so good. So yeah, I think we also have nice bloom in here. This light has a bit of bloom around it, and the magic here. And there's a nice like softness to some of these, but we got little bits of bloom everywhere. How do you correlate the blur amount and the distance? I did not paint this. No. Or this. How do you correlate the blur amount and the distance? Well, in this case, right, all I did was take the whole image and blur it, right, which isn't ultimately the correct way to do it. What you would do if you have the separate layers of this is you could blur each of these things separately to each other and make sure that you blur like this a little bit more than this, a little bit more than this. You can be specific like that. I think, to be honest, what I would tend to do is, instead of using just the blur filter and doing that, is to paint the blur into the image. So you have looser edges where, you know, these values and edges mix together more so in the rendering, so that at the very end, you're not really having to go and use a blur. You've kind of painted that blur into the image. Or at the very least, yeah, you could go in and blur each layer individually. But I think I tend to find that when people go in and blur things individually, they overthink it, and then they like really blur something and then slightly don't blur something else enough, etc. And so on. And I would do this at the end. You said that would be a destructive workflow. I'm not suggesting that you do this from the beginning, that you just go in and Gaussian blur everything straight away. Like at this stage that Zero's at, where, you know, we're like in the last few percent to finish it off, I would like make a new file. I would flatten down all of this so that I just have like foreground, my character, background elements, think like literally flatten it all down to its separate things and go into a new folder. And then that's where I would do all of these like finishing touches, all of the blurs, all of the, you know, quick fixes to the lighting overall, the values, etc. And that way I've always got the layered file if I want to go back and tweak anything, or in the case of working for a client, they have changes. And I have like a separate file, which is like my finishing one. There's nothing wrong with a destructive workflow if you're doing things for yourself and you don't intend to go back and change them. It doesn't matter. The only time it does matter really is if you're like working for a client and they want changes and you can't make them because you mess up, because you've already saved it. But I just make copies of folders to try things out. I make copies of folders to finish things off. Like at a certain point you have to take the plunge to make some changes. You just don't have to do it all in one file, do you? Yeah, but like I said, I think it has come on so far since the first incarnation of this, and you know you have taken on the feedback, and you've interpreted it, you know, in the way that you want to for the image and what you want to do with it, and I think, yeah, you've done a really good job of following through and finishing this up. Like I think you've done a really good job of this. You got that last few percent to do, and then yeah, once you do it, you can move on, and it'll only be like in a couple of months' time when you look back at it that you appreciate all the stuff you've done on it. I'm like that. I finish an illustration and I'll be like, I don't want to look at that again. And then if I look at it in 2 months' time, I'm like, oh, okay, I can appreciate the good things I did on this. Like, I don't see all the issues that I saw at the time. Yeah. I am. Jonah's got art director eye. This is he's got it. Jonah's picking up on this. Yeah, easy fix though. Don't worry. Easy fix. He's got the eye for it though. But yeah, that is you know, what I'd be looking to do to finish this one up, honestly. Like I said, I think the background is really just a depth of field thing. And yeah, when it comes to the lighting, it's really just sorting out globally how the forms should arrange themselves back and forward. But yeah, great job. Really great job. So let me save this out for you. Pardon me. Yeah, just so that other people understand how this works when I do these streams, is that viewers will submit illustrations that they're working on with a brief kind of explanation of what it is they're trying to achieve with the illustration, and then yeah, I go through those and try and help you figure out what the issues are and pick up on any things that I see kind of need addressing, and then we go from there. and then at the end, I send all of those people the PSD so that they can reference it. And then there is the VOD of this stream, which is available for you and anyone else to watch anytime to view and learn from, etc., etc., etc. So let's have a quick look. I'm not taking any more submissions today. I think we worked through all of the ones that I got, and we managed to spend a lot of time on each one, which was cool because we had a few less. Really got into it and so on. And yeah, I think it was a good one. I'm just trying to think, do I want to go in and do anything else or just wrap it up? I was going to ask you a question though. Would it be, we need more Sunday stream acts? Yeah, I know. I do want to do a few more of these streams, like the midweek ones are okay, but I think that just the timing of like working a full day and then streaming in the evening after work is nice for a couple of hours, but I've noticed that my concentration is not great in those streams, and I find it especially a bit difficult to like be as entertaining and engaged, I guess. But I'm going to continue with those evening ones. I think I will just like have less of a scope of like what I'm going to do in those. But yeah, a few more of these like longer ones on the weekend I'd like to do. They wouldn't be every week because I have stuff I want to do, but yeah, every now and again we do a longer one. No overworking yourself. Yeah, I'm not very good at saying like no to doing things that I enjoy doing. So I'm like, oh, I'll just do that, but it, eventually that backfires. You want to kiss the hands of the person who drew this. I think you need to chill out. Yeah, you gotta rest for sure. But yeah, I was gonna ask, would it be helpful, or do you think it would be sort of something you'd want to watch where I take old works of my own and revisit them as a paint over to show you, I guess, like what I would improve on those things? Arcus, I thank you for the follow. So, for example, I could spend like the entirety of a stream and take, an older piece of mine. Where's this from? 8 years ago. And basically look at it as if it was someone else's work, and almost kind of, if I was to sort of do this again, what I would be changing and why, and go through it in that sense. Because obviously I can give you guys critiques, right? But I because it's someone else's work, and I'm not trying to insult anyone or anything like that. I have to I have to choose my words carefully, and that kind of stuff. But if I'm working on my own, I can be a bit more brutal and to the point, and maybe that would be a bit more helpful in certain respects. So you could be like, okay, fair enough. Whether it's a splash or that dragon piece, yeah, I don't mind. I could put a few up to vote on, of ones that I think would be, and we could do a little vote in the Discords to see which one people would prefer. I can grab some stuff like much older than this, like the dragon piece that Sarah's mentioning, and so on. I mean, there's some fairly old stuff in here, but some of it's not that relevant. But yeah, I have thought about revisiting some of these in general, just to redo them essentially, because some of these are 10 years old. So I've learnt things in those 10 years that would lead me to want to do things differently. So yeah, I'd be interested in doing that. It also, I think it would be a bit more entertaining because I can be very like brutal and to the point with myself. That'd probably be a bit funnier to watch. Yeah, and I look at something like this, and there's a lot of things that I would be like, oh, if I was painting this now, I'd do differently. And in essence, keep the same kind of idea, right? But just improve it. You learn better from the brutal feedback. Yeah, exactly. Like I can be rude to myself, and it'd probably be funny to listen to. And I can also probably deep dive a little bit more into like the thought process behind certain things, and like lighting and so on, and like why I would do it differently now, and so on and so forth. I look at something like this and I'm like, oh, there's certain things that I would actually do differently now that I think would improve this, and so on. So yeah, we can do that. And I think that's a good thing for me to like do as one of the after work streams. 03 Dark Wings. Thanks for the follow. Because it's a bit more like low stakes, low energy kind of thing. And yeah, I think that'd probably be quite entertaining as well at the same time. All right. So yeah, I'll put a few together and we can vote on them, and then yeah, we can do that. Feedback is always good. The only thing can hurt is our ego. Yeah, exactly. The shark piece, yeah. Chum and Theo Waters. I love sharks, so that was good. Yeah, there's plenty in here that could be redone for sure. Yeah. I don't think I would touch any ones that are actually like client ones, just because I don't know how clients would feel about that. But like specifically, there's some of these ones I did for Smite that I really don't like. And I would love to revisit some of these, but I think I should just keep it to work that I've done for myself. Yeah, damn, these are really old now. So, hi, what games did you work on? Made so many games. Let's write some down. I've worked on The Division. I worked on Mafia 3. I've worked on Hitman. Destiny 2. What else? Lawbreakers. Legends of Runeterra. Elder Scrolls Legends. What else? XCOM 2. What else? The League of Legends KDA music video. I've worked on Res Please, a little indie game. Legends of Chris, another indie game. I think it's called Legends of Chris. Adventures of Chris. Something like that. I worked on Battle Right. What turned into God of War 4. What else? Trying to think. Mythgard. Spellslingers. And what else? There's some that I can't talk about because I'm working on them at the moment. I'm trying not to say blurt out something I can't blurt out. Oh, Smite, Paladins, what was it? Mobile Legends. Fuck. There's loads. I've got the whole list at home. Anyway. We get in the resume. Oh, it's interesting. Okay. I didn't know you did the KDA music video. Yeah, I worked on the video for More, which was... I'll bring it up. KDA More. Yeah, I worked on this one. Which I think was like the second one they brought out. And basically, let's see. Let's pause it on a shot with. Okay, so the concept art and stuff for these was like done in a certain style that was not reflective of the final like render style that the video wanted to be in, and so I was like brought on to essentially paint the materials and like basically render the characters as if they were like much more sort of three-dimensional and lit like, you know, they are in a lot of the scenes in the video, to just give an indication of what the lighting and textures and rendering should look like for the 3D. So it was a very specific thing. Yeah. You were just talking about Smite. Yeah, I'm just brain dead. I've been talking for 4.5 hours. What was the first game I worked on? The first game that I properly worked on was The Division. That was like the very first project that I had when I started at Opus. So it's cool. Crazy folio. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. I've seen it way too many times. Okay. Yeah, it's good. I like the KDA songs; they're very catchy, and I think the first video in particular is really good. Um, I think the more video uh, had some tough shoes to fill, and I think that the first video is just stylistically a lot cooler. I think, um, but the songs are very catchy. Oh yes. Thanks, Tom Clancy. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I mean, I've been working in games for like 12 years now, I think. Yeah. Didn't the studio say that their first two were like the best music videos? I think so. It's crazy how many views that the more videos got. Like when it first came out and we were just watching the views going up and we were like, oh my God. What's it on now? 241 million, which is mad to think about. Yeah. When you grow up, you want to be like me. You're almost 30. Well, I'm almost 40. I'm going to be 40 next year. So you got a while. You got a while. And you'll do it. Just keep going. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, defo. All right then, everybody. I would love to stay and chat, but I'm gonna lose my voice and I've got work tomorrow, where I'm gonna talk again. And yeah, so I wish you all a very nice, relaxing Sunday evening. Thanks for tuning in. To those viewers who got paintovers today, I will send you those paintovers as soon as the stream's over. And all of the newcomers and new viewers today, if you want to watch back this stream or any of the previous 32 episodes that we have so far, if you follow the YouTube link on the page or the pinned comment, you will find a playlist with all of my streams on. And we do a lot of tutorials and paintovers, but I also work on my own illustrations and talk about the process. We use a bit of 3D. We use Photoshop. We talk about games and all of that kind of stuff. So if that's your bag, follow that playlist. Watch some of the older ones. Join the gang. And there's 32 episodes of stuff to listen to if you need something to listen to in the background. But yeah, have a great one. Peace out, everyone. Keep practicing. Great work I saw today. Inspiring stuff. And I will catch you all Wednesday evening for another one. All right. Peace out.